Oh, walking with us then. Okay. Okay, we're good to be online, but it's not picking up this feed at the minute. Pat! Pat! Swap cameras just now. I'm going to take this camera that you were using offline.
Okay.
Guys, I'm going to go offline here for a couple of seconds.
Straight through. Raymond, I think they may be expecting some trouble. They've got the water cannon as well. A slight bit of overkill.
Yeah, for you guys.
Scottish independence. Wait. Hunter. Tina.
He's bigger than I am.
Is it working?
Ah, you need to go back live again. I just had to call Kevin. And I couldn't work out what the hell is going on with your gimbal.
Yep.
So we have police horses now that are beautiful. We've got 4 police outriders with motorbikes. We've got a police van and a police riot cannon. It does look fucking nice, but I'm sure it's not on display for us. Maybe it's just saying hello to us. The last thing you feel in Holland is any form of pressure from any of the authorities.
Mooi gedaan, hè? Allemaal beelden.
It's so cool.
Amanda, you sit like on the phone.
Is dat nog heel wat sanctie?
Dat is een
Switched off. Hold this a second then. I had to rotate it and it's no fitting in the gimbal.
Oh, how do you release?
Just pull it.
It was pushing power buttons.
No.
See.
It told me to rotate it.
Okay, give me a second.
Rotate.
I'm trying to find it. Should have already been on.
It's live.
Aye. Yep. Guys, we need to stop, then restart straight away.
Let's catch
Just be a couple of seconds.
Oh.
I'm broadcasting, by the way.
Yeah.
Aye.
Just about to catch up. We're having issues with the other phone for broadcasting, and it's not the first time today.
But we've got working devices now, so it's all going to be good. Right, come here. There's a gimbal.
Right.
The camera needs to be like this.
No, I'll not go then. I'll just hold it.
Okay.
There you go. Just hold it. We'll do my best.
You should be able to just set the angle on the gimbal though.
No, that's...
Oops, sorry. I'm going to catch up with these guys. His phone wasn't working properly earlier. It just wouldn't get the data connection at all. It was fine on a hotspot, but I wouldn't have been next to him all day. So he's now working on my phone, and I'm using another phone.
Iemand in het water, iemand naast het water. Dus geen probleem, die vraagt bij de rij. Allemaal de rokken moet blijven.
Independent! When do we want it?
Yesterday!
When do we want it?
Independence!
When do we want it?
No!
When do we want it?
Independence!
When do we want it?
No!
Not my king!
Not my king!
Not my king!
Not my king!
Your monarchy can get to fuck!
Not my king!
When I got into The Hague a few days ago, I'd been in the country for, well, in and out the country for a couple of days before that, but when I first got into The Hague, my first stop was the municipality, speaking to the leaders of the council. Then, thought I'd drop into the Ministry of Defence for a coffee. Try to find somebody. Couldn't find them. So I went into the back of that building there, where that funny shaped little office there is. That's the Prime Minister's office. So of course, I decided, hey, let's go have a chat with him. Maybe he knows where my mate Puma is, because I haven't been able to find him still. But after that, a little chat with the guys at the UN as well, because I thought, hey, it's turning into a politics day, so I may as well speak to the UN. Or the EU, sorry, not the UN. The UN was after. But what a setting. And all the offices that I ended up visiting are all literally within a quarter mile of each other. That's the Parliament building, but it's currently closed down. It has been for quite a while, and it shall be for another longer while, because it's going through a big refurb at the moment. And it's in maybe another 5 years before it reopens.
In the future of an independent Scotland, and ensuring that that comes to pass. What do we want? When do we want that? Support around the world. We've got the police stopping the traffic, so people watching sidelines.
Kind of wishing I wasn't wearing this big orange top. Apart from it looks like I'm an orangeman, which we'll just ignore for a second. It's very popular in Holland for some odd reason. But it's also a little bit toasty. It's decent weather today. No cloud in the sky. I'm surprised it's not actually hotter. It's gonna get hotter, I think.
Friends from Flanders.
It's a curb.
Children were starving in Scotland. Poverty, 1 in 4. Wow.
That's me.
We're from Scotland.
Yeah, we're from Dunoon.
This is Independence Live. We're broadcasting right back to Scotland.
We're both pro-independence.
Excellent. Yep.
Walk with us then.
We're from Dunoon. We're just on holiday, but
Come walk with us. We're here for a few days as well. A couple from Dunoon grab hold of Pat. Good on him.
Independence.
Hang on, guys.
Independence.
Let's go.
Now. Tory, Tory, Tory.
Out, out, out.
Tory, Tory, Tory.
Out, out, out.
Tory. Tory. Tory, Tory, Tory.
Out, out, out.
Wrong statement.
Good luck. Good luck to you. I would say Britannia, but I'm wrong.
Raymond, is this the street of the British Embassy?
Yes.
Narrow forehead,
Yeah.
long foreskin.
The street that the British Embassy is on, I'm not going to try to pronounce, but it apparently translates as long foreskin. I wonder if the embassy was there before the name got changed. I could make up so many jokes
Running
about.
Gran Britannia.
It's what Union Jack toffs all the time.
Right, can I ask you just to broadcast while I'm...
Oh, of course you did it. Hold on. Right, go you. Alright.
Literally, it is on Facebook as well.
I'm here, Raymond.
This is an odd building on Long Foreskin Street. Would you mind awfully if I took a shit on the doorstep?
Sorry, okay. Right, folks. Raymond, Netherlands for Independence, thanks very much for putting this on again for the 7th time. And it's great to be back here person to person. I'm going to be very quick. Listen, I don't write my own speeches, but I find them and they equate to what I'm thinking and what I'm saying. So in considering the case for the Scottish independence, it always seemed to me that Scotland's exit from the United Kingdom would be, ironically, the only thing that could save the United Kingdom from itself. Contemporary Britain is a monument to class, a family of disunited nations passed back and forth between political parties, whose policies are often deigned that switching from one to the other is as simple as changing the colour of your tie. All under the thumb of a nonce-ridden dynasty of Windsors. And having gorged itself on the wealth of the world, these islands now sit satisfied with their stolen prizes, wallowing in their own self-importance, utterly beyond reform. With the right-wing press breathlessly working to maintain this order, real change in the UK feels utterly impossible. Even mild democratic or social reforms are met with wild-eyed resistance, along with the billy clubs and the boots of the Britain's finest. Cops beating striking miners in the 80s as they did poll tax protesters in the 90s. Now you can be arrested in England if police even suspect that you're about to protest. So we take our hats off to the police here in the Netherlands, who could show our boys in blue a few things. With new policing powers in effect, peaceful protest, legal protest, as we knew it, has ceased to exist. A fact that protesters at the coronation of Not My King came to know firsthand over the weekend of the royal coronation, when they were arrested and their property seized before they had even spoken a word. This is Britain, and the actions of the police and the establishment who wield them are not new. They are part of a long history of police violence in service to powers that do not want to be challenged. Even the Trades Union Congress, allegedly a voice for workers of Britain, congratulated the parasite-in-chief on his big day, while giving special thanks to those bundling peaceful protesters into the backs of police vans. If this is the state of trade unionism in the UK, what hope is there for any change within the system? The real horror of it all, however, came when I was considering the words of Scottish trade unionist Keir Hardie and his position on the monarchy, that we must hold contempt for the thrones and all who bolster them up, representing as they do the power of caste and the class rule. Hardie wrote those words over 125 years ago, and yet here we are, still flushing gold away on billionaire grifters while the country faces back-to-back crises. Still, the royal family persists, as does the House of Lords, that undemocratic, unelected chamber of rich party donors and benefactors who have a long history of opposing and blocking progressive legislation, and who Hardie also believes should be replaced. How could it be that we have had to endure over a century of calls for reform, and still we are no further forward? The Conservative government has already begun blocking legislation in devolved areas that it does not like. It has begun circumventing the Scottish government where it deigns to. Why would a government with such autocratic streak as this one stop pushing Hollywood further and further into the background? A traditionalist approach, after all, would be one that maintains power in London. That is why the message of independence must not be one of unquestioning continuity, as it unfortunately was in 2014, but one for real change. The most compelling argument that the No campaign made in 2014 was from a position of solidarity. That argument, the argument that workers in Glasgow had more in common with the workers of Manchester than not. But solidarity need not end at the border. And in breaking this dysfunctional family of nations, we can improve the lot of all workers by ending the British state that mistreats them so. Independence should be the hammer to the establishment. It should break Britain's culture deadlock and allow Scotland and England to move forward to better paths. United, this kingdom cannot be reformed, and what cannot be reformed must be broken.
Yeah. Somebody's removed.
It's up the top. It's right up the top.
Right.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, surely we can put a Scottish one on there and burn that.
I'll steal it.
No.
Parkour.
Yeah, I can get up there, no problem.
We good?
Yeah.
Right.
This is a Scottish resistance! We will never give up the fight for Scotland's freedom! Never! Woo!
Hey.
Okay.
You bring it?
Good speech. Thank you.
Especially the end of it.
Not mine, but
The same problem,
exemplifies the need and desire.
same problem as in Belgium.
Yeah.
To split up, otherwise there's no future.
What do we want?
Independence.
When do we want it?
Now.
When do we want?
Independence.
When do we want it?
Now.
When do we want?
Independence.
When do we want it? For Scottish independence. I was happy that speech. I felt it was very good.
I was going to say, I'm not going to say much. I was thinking to myself, fuck's sake, eh? Famous last words, you know.
Right, here we are. Hope you enjoyed that wee speech. Hope it struck a nerve with you, because it's time now for the whole of Scotland's people to stand up and be counted, or we will forever be under the thumb of the nonce-ridden Windsors. So it's up to you guys. We hope this token gesture, rally, march, at least puts some pride back in our bellies, and we can look forward to delivering Scottish independence. It will be the people that do it. It won't be the politicians. So we need a massive civil movement, and we have that in Salvo and Liberation.Scot, and I'm sure we'll hear more about it at the rally itself. So I'll get my breath back and let you see what's happening around the fine city of Den Haag. Could you?
The United Kingdom. UK as a monetary authority, like massive banking section. Well, smaller now because of Brexit, I guess. It's going to be difficult for them to go broke. But it would be the smart move if the Tory party wanted to save the rest of the UK, if they wanted a way scot-free, literally, like we can be. If they want a way debt-free from the United Kingdom, they should leave the United Kingdom. That would leave all the debt in the hands of Scotland, and I would gladly pay that price just to get free of Westminster. Let's have a look.
It went and ended the broadcast. I may have touched something.
Omdat ik ervoor gezorgd had met de organisatie ANC om voor opvang te zorgen. Dus ik had een campagne gemaakt.
What do we want? When do we want it?
Now.
What do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it?
Wordt er volgende week 20 kilometer van Brussel. Ja. Er is een hele groep gemeten.
There's the saviour of our nation, the organisation of Salvo and Liberation.Scot. And we're so grateful for you lads coming to the Lowlands, for assisting us and giving us your support. You can have it back in tenfold.
We are already involved since 2012.
Excellent.
The first manifestation in Edinburgh, we were also a part of it.
Excellent.
So we joined the manifestation because in Flanders there was an organization who called EPI, European Partnership for Independence.
Yeah.
Perhaps you know Shona McAlpine.
Yes.
She joined us. So it was a partnership with the Catalans for independence. EPI, European Partnership for Independence. And then 1 year later, it turned into ISEC.
To the left.
Left. It turned into ISEC, and with our organization, International Flanders, Scots, Catalans, afterwards Welsh guys, people from Venetia, people from movements from south of Tyrol, a part of Austria. It was given as a present after the Second World War. So we started ISEC, and we were a part of the first referendum in Catalonia. There were 2 referendums for independence, and we were accredited by the Catalan government as an objective observer, together with Scottish people like Shona McAlpine, Chris White, people from the Scottish movement, from the Scottish Independent Convention, I think, yes. And that's why we are here too.
Excellent. Excellent. And we'll hear from you on the stage.
I'm a guest speaker on the stage.
Excellent.
Yeah.
We'll hear more. We'll hear more at the rally, guys. To start up again. Sorry about that, guys. I think I made a boo-boo.
Lots and lots of police cars down there. I've only heard 2 sirens, and they were both yesterday, and they were both ambulances. That was like 7 or 8 police cars. I wonder what else is happening in town.
Not the water cannon. There's been.
I wonder if there's a football game or something, because that water cannon looks glorious, but if that's getting used to fuck with that. Apologies about the swear words there.
Every time we come across.
Aye. You got a trip hazard here. You better go around so people don't all trip over it. Watch out for this trip hazard thingy. I tried to get him to go around it, but he's not doing it.
What you said here, guys.
Mind your steps.
What yourselves going down here?
Apologies about bouncing between devices, but sometimes we need to.
What do we want? What do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? That was better.
Oh yeah.
There's something better. See, I've totally backseat the seat on the way back in because I get really emotional. I get, oh my god, there's Scotland, you can see it.
Wij gingen nu net een winnaar van
Want to come around, guys?
Yes, we will get Scottish independence eventually, probably quite soon. But let's hope it stays peaceful in a way. There's no need for infighting, there's no need for troubles, but just don't ever trust the United Kingdom to honour any part or any agreement that they make. What happened with Brexit is proof of that. Aye. But getting rid of the United Kingdom under no circumstance is a peaceful event. It is as terroristic as it gets. We're going to be ending a nation. That doesn't happen very often in the world. And they're going to do everything they can to stop that happening because they're knackered as soon as we leave. Why are the UK government, why are the English local councils and massive authorities that they have, why are they not warning people and cautioning them about the impacts that Scotland leaving the Union will have on them? There's nothing that's going to save England. I've got friends and family living in England. We wish no hassles or troubles to them. Our problems aren't with the people in England. We wish that they would stand up more often and actually do something to save themselves, but we've got no issue with the people in England. Our issues 100% are with Westminster.
Wat doen we met deze panders? Steken we die dan ergens rond voor het podium of zo? Naast het podium?
Well, you're on candid camera. Sorry about that, guys. Just had to get that top off because it was getting a little bit toasty.
Bert,
Ja, ja, ik zie dat moet ik eens vroeger even.
The TSB bank and the risk averse, so it's try to put that flag in our luggage, but I think I've put it in, I had to do it twice because of a long, pin number. It's cancelled
And I'm going to grab a couple of tie wraps. Are there any spare tie wraps?
I didn't bring any tie wraps.
Okay, I'm sure I saw some kicking about. Maybe. Oops, sorry.
Yeah.
No, I've seen them
It's my belief that the politicians are playing the political game,
Yeah.
and as they wish to maintain power, they will continue to play the political game, and the issue of Scottish independence will be kicked down the road for 40, 50, maybe even another 100 years.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. It's been so clear for some years now.
Yeah.
And I think since I moved over here 3 years ago, I've begun to see it even more clearly. How there was never any plan to do anything.
No.
And it was always, we'll have a referendum, or we will have a general election. We'll say what is going to happen with independence. But it was so clear. There was no mood for it because people in government were happy being in government and got
There
more
was,
and more complacent.
I would say there was no mood in government.
Yes.
The mood
exactly.
has definitely
I'm-
maintained.
I was talking purely about government. I should have made that clear. But I think the other aspect of that was that for me, it was so clear that the Scottish government was working far too closely with the English government and really just complying with absolutely everything. There was now, where was the stand and where was the message? For me, that was the important thing. They were in a position to be constantly giving a message about
On 8 occasions.
Yes, on all occasions. And anytime anything happened, the message could have been out again. The equivalent of Boris Johnson's red bus with the 350 million a day, that sort of message. Or even thinking back to the 1990s when Alex Salmond seemed to have a great wee slogan every year. I still remember free in 93.
And now we're looking at 3 in 23.
Yeah, that's what we want.
Yeah, but we need the action.
We need the actions, absolutely, because unless that happens, as you've already said, 100 years, the same arguments will still be happening.
well,
it is so frustrating.
Yeah. What's your name?
I'm Pat.
Pat. I'm Pat too.
I'm Pat Valentine.
Pat, pleased to meet you. And you're resident here now
I'm
in the Hague?
resident- No, in Delft, which is very
In Delft?
close. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for
Not
those
at all.
kind words and wise words.
Not at all.
So the message back to our politicians is, don't worry about taking it any further, because we the people are going to take it over.
Absolutely.
And no independence movement has ever gained its independence without the people moving first.
Absolutely, and no independence movement has ever gained its independence without the people standing up
Yes.
and being counted.
Right, thank you, Pat.
Not at
Thank
all.
you very much. Enjoy your day.
Thank you.
This is gorgeous today.
Send it to Ian Lawson and Gareth Wardell.
Dave, can you hunt that for me?
He's just going to answer another one.
No, he's just, I'll get that. Stick it on the other side.
Yeah, man. You don't want to what James had.
Aye. Here we are. Is it possible they were murdered by the British state because their intention was to free Scotland and tell the truth about Iraq? Is it just quite possible? Ask yourself the question.
Just going to make an interview. If I kan dan ik even.
James, could you, when are you speaking? Oh, you're first.
Can I give this to you because somebody give it in my hand, but it's not mine.
There we go. Where's Chris?
It's actually my second phone.
All right.
But it's Chris that's using it.
All right.
Chris.
No.
So
Eyes.
later then.
So Jenny hasn't arrived.
And you got a pen?
And they got a pen.
No.
Take it. Is that a number you're going to take a note on your phone for them? They're filling the white.
Everybody else in the picture. Oh yeah, we're still waiting for the generator. I'm glad.
Well, I'm visiting Holland for this demonstration in favor of Scottish citizens with our European friends. Great. And
So we have the Catalans, we have the Flemish, we have representation from Salvo and Liberation.Scot.
The other singers are going to be singing, and yep.
Are you broadcasting the whole day?
Well, I've just been handed this phone just to
Because I was going to hand you mine.
I've just been handed this just to walk about with it, so that's what I'm doing. I don't know who it is. It might be Raymond's. So these are Raymond's, and so I'm doing that. Look at the weather.
All right. Yeah. Hold on. Tell me now. One of the guys is going to take a note for me.
Oh, he's going to the
James, you got a mobile phone? I've got one. Take that note. It's a note, you need a number.
Read it out to me now. Hello? +44
Just
01
take me second.
733
I'll be faithful.
around the world, you know what I mean?
You can create an impression that you know that there's more happening.
Yeah. Like the Tory government.
Yeah, right. We're punching above our weight.
But small numbers here. Let's be new one here. Okay, chat. There we go. Right. So small numbers here, but the thing is, this will go around the world.
It will. It will reverberate around the world, I think.
And showing that no matter where we are, Scottish pride, Scottish heart will travel the world.
Yeah, not just that, but you know, our case is so strong.
Yeah.
We will be a very, very successful independent nation, as we once were, putting the people back on top where they belong.
Yes, definitely.
And they've been oppressed by Westminster, by the English form of government, which we never ever had in Scotland. Our constitution says the people are sovereign. And we had a form of direct democracy where the people could actually sack a government. They could get rid of a parliament or a king and assert their authority. Power was devolved to the boroughs. You know, they had control over the resources, over their revenues, their income. There was prosperity. We controlled our ports, our natural resources. We were a vibrant trading nation, which is one reason why Scotland is so well liked by other European nations. We were busy trading while England was busy waging war.
Exactly.
It's a big difference.
And then when you watch a football,
yeah.
the Tartan Army, always welcome.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And people love to see us in our own kilts, you know what I mean? Our own identity.
I'm a proud gun. That's my tartan from up in Caithness. So.
Brilliant, fantastic. You know what I mean? So, yeah, we're actually just loving being here, you know?
Yeah.
And the people are so great.
We have Scotland has lots of friends.
Oh, I came from Motherwell.
Right. Oh, the well.
Yeah, the well, yeah, and I wrote a few songs on Motherwell.
Right.
And because I'm a songwriter, not a singer, so I write.
Well, you're not a singer.
No, I'm not a
singing songs. I'm a singer.
He's like Bernie Taupin.
Ah, right.
So,
a bit like John, actually.
I've been
together.
Yeah. I've been
I tell you, but we're recording an album called Sore Albert in Berwick next week.
Okay.
And we're always looking for new freedom type songs.
Well, I'm a writer, and I've been writing for 19 months now, and I've got 14 albums. Yeah.
So you've actually nailed them.
They're on Spotify and they're on YouTube.
Right. Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do, and I hope that you'll do it too. Just press a button and send it to every St Andrews Society, every Caledonian Society in the eastern seaboard of America. Okay? We'll see if we can raise some of those plans.
Go into my link as well. You can message me on Messenger.
Okay, no,
I'm just going to forward you, Andrew.
Andrew, Thomas McArthur. Yeah.
Anyway, we'll get a proper chance to speak.
Yeah, because I've got one of my albums here is Jacobite Warriors. Because I write a lot of history songs on the Jacobites and Bannockburn, Mary Queen of Scots.
Oh, that's wonderful, because I have the idea of doing on-site filming, you know, like say Avon Kiss by Burns, doing that in the grass market at the White Hart. You know, so I've got something to film that. So if you're doing that sort of stuff, you could do on-site at Bannockburn and other places, you know, just.
I mean, I've got my albums on Spotify and all that as well, you know, so on YouTube. So yeah, so this is good. So the people you meet is absolutely fantastic.
Hello.
You know,
I'm just going to send you Andrew's email.
And Andrew's going to help get my music around America and around the world, basically.
Right, thanks, I'll check it next time.
So Andrew, so great stuff. I've been nice. I've only been writing 19 months. I just started. I found my new talent. Writing poetry and writing songs.
What did you do before that?
Oh, I'm a chef.
You're a chef?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Well, I'm a physician cardiologist, so I mean.
But now I'm a security guard.
To be honest, I should forget that because I'm so doing so many other different things now. But it's great to be liberated from the slavery of working for the government.
Yeah. But now I've got plenty of free time in my hands. So when I'm at work, I write these lyrics to keep my mind occupied.
Right.
And then that's when I come up with my songs. And I've wrote a lot of stuff about charities, like PTSD, cancer, suicide. So many songs.
Prolific.
Yeah, very strong. And one of my songs.
Where do you get your
inspiration?
Your music from? Your actual melodic
Who puts
stuff.
your words to
No,
music?
see, I send my songs to my singers on Fiverr, and I pay them, the musician, to put the music to my lyrics.
Well, honestly, if we're going, we've got some room in our album for another song, and maybe we could use one of yours.
Yeah, well, yeah, definitely.
It fits in with the general.
I just sent you his recording of Salva. He put a song called
I wrote Salva.
Well, we've got one called Up.
4 years ago when I was here, see that thing up there? I got sunstroke on the way back to Belgium, and I ended up terrified I was going to wake up with a men with rubber gloves on, crossing the border. So, make sure you've got your sunscreen on, folks. Or you might be in the rubber glove treatment by the end of the day. Yeah, why's that? We've got one live viewer and 14,000 dead ones.
If you need need a break kind of coin, just saying.
Ready break. Central heating for kids. Not Patrick Harvey as some other people might. Sorry, I forgot about that, Kevin. I'm just looking after it for part honest. While you're waiting, would you like to hear Amanda Brown's warm-up?
Aye, how no?
Amanda, during this hiatus, would you like to give us your warm-up, your vocal warm-up, so that the people in Independence Live can see what you put yourself through? Aye. Aye, you're live. You're live.
Hi, it's Rawhide.
Hey!
Rolling. So where's the generator come to Glasgow? Well, here's a wee story for you guys. The Left Freemans used to come here this morning, and there were 6 of us, and Pat heads it off to the road. I'll show you the way to go. And shortly after, we got lost. So we went up and seen this woman asking where the tram stop was. As we went up to get it, she says, I'll tell you what, she says, I'll take you to the tram stop. So with her and the 6 of us, there were 7 people in total. And so we hedged in, she said, my car's on the other side of the road, with all these big like Jeep Wranglers and 4x4s and all the rest of it. Yeah. And the next thing is, we turned up outside a Toyota Aygo.
You don't need the microphone.
So we stuck 2 years in the boot, the rest of it all squeezed into the car, and then I was like going with 7 years in a Toyota Aygo to the tram stop. But it was pretty mental. So say, there's all these strange things happen to you in Holland that would just never happen anywhere else. I think the women quite like the idea of all these kilts in their car.
Yeah, it is an angry demonstration.
Extension as well.
I think that's a highway, and that's why they are on the highway. That block highway.
Well, my little story's pissed everybody off now, does it? We've got no live viewers at all. I bet I flew. So I'm in the south of Germany. So I looked into getting the train. I looked into getting the train, but to get the train, I'd have to go overnight and change about 6 times in the middle of the night. And I was like, nah, I'm too old for that now.
Alan, you've got to come with this one here. There, at the other side. Ja, de startsebaal. Ja, ik zeg net, je had ook met die hierheen kunnen komen.
They're really just a couple of minutes out.
We just kind of get through traffic.
Ik dat. Ja. We zitten nog niet in de tunnel, maar wel.
It's always something.
Hello, our live viewer who's just come on. Well, I'm having a little hiatus at the moment, like, because there's a generator stuck in a traffic jam, like due to some police demonstration further up the road, so it should be very short. And in which case, we should be able to get started.
Ja, het was meer omdat ze stil zijn, dan waren ze nog al aan het draaien en zagen, maar dan hadden ze stil niet.
And for Suzanne Tram, who may or may not be looking, we've got the purple silver over there, and we've got the yellow and the red over there. It's a sailboat, rather well represented today. And I've scared away the customer again.
Okay, that's us on the way to Kilmarnock
for
the Indian event today, and a couple of cars journeying together with flags flying out. So I'll just let you stay with us for a while so you can enjoy the fun of it if you can get there and you're watching from home. There's quite a few cars behind us as well, so it looks good.
That's a better trail going on. See the one that had before, the triangle one, Dublin, one director. I like to keep that up on flanks right round for it, money up my head up. I had tipped into 20 quid for that. That was a lot of money, man, doing that. Especially being an old guy in that, you know. Got a cheats, man.
Undermining the legitimacy of the Scottish Government, promoting Scottish nationalism by promoting the idea that Scotland is a separate nation that should be independent. These accounts can help to increase support for Scottish nationalism. It's fucking artificial intelligence! And he's going, oh, this is great, this is good!
This is better than the Unions. Oops, sorry, I'm not supposed to call Unions on here, I apologise.
Got to put in first was that, ask something about that just to see what it was. But now you've mentioned it, I didn't know what reply you would get.
Well, now you're talking. Get him off, girls. It's a hen party, for God's sake. That's what they do. Sort of, allegedly.
Hi, I'm Laura. Hi, I'm Ellie. Ellie. Hi. Where are you from?
There's nobody watching at all. I scared them all away.
Oh dear. There's no been a lot watching.
There was 9 or whatever you saw walking.
There was
9.
9.
But the thing is, there's the things on Kilmarnock as well. They're folk.
This week. It's going to be a scorcher big day again.
Yeah. Just I brought my summer hat. Oh no, I didn't. But I did bring my shades.
Right, I need to go and get something to eat. Right. Are you wanting anything?
No, I'm fine.
You sure?
I'm good.
Right.
Right there. Alright. That's what the water cannons are heading to.
Right.
I'm not going to miss the chances because I would see some people.
I'm going to get something to eat.
What's his name? The Indian lad guy?
Pat. Oh, that's Pat.
Yeah.
When are we going to do the things, speeches?
There's a generator coming that's stuck in traffic because of this big demonstration. It's on the way, so it shouldn't be too long.
He said 5 minutes, not half an hour ago.
It could be worse, we could be in Spain instead of Holland.
So of course, you'd order the generator from the Sherman, it would be pump shop.
Yeah, right. I only heard about a couple of these from Scotland.
That seems like quite a big one. Maybe we should go across and get some strategic photographs like close to it all. Well, thousands of people there.
Well, I mean, I took one picture, and because it was taken from telling everybody when they talk about free countries, I was like, living into the organised itself. Like, I put that up in one, so it looks like maybe there were 4 people.
I think that message was meant for you, Dave.
It's going up, the screen's going up. The screen's going up.
Hold on.
Sorry, Kevin.
Zit in de zon, dat is lekker weer. De spar is dicht in de buurt. Ik heb water gehaald, ik heb net als op zijn straks gaan we over Ja, hij had een fles meegenomen van huis uit. Maar ik zet het dus harder naar het niet.
Just to help that bit.
Yeah, well, I went all the way around. I ended up in the fossil fuel one. And then I asked the police for any tickets over my central station and I'll be to this week. And then I put something, but it was kind of really see it. Like there's spouses either.
Finally have a generator apparently, so we should be able to get things moving quite shortly, guys. So we should be cooking with gas quite shortly. And of course, although the Netherlands don't actually produce gas, well, apart from the marsh gas probably, theirs is a hell of a lot cheaper than ours, which is a rather strange thing considering that we actually produce so much. But what can you do? As usual, we get stitched up because we're linked to those people down south who are basically ripping us off. The regulators are ripping us off. The Ofgem's ripping us off. Like the National Grid are ripping us off. The oil companies and the gas companies are ripping us off. It's like, when are you going to get up on your knees and do something about that? It's, and we don't have to wait on the politicians. They'll come soon enough when they find out that there's something in it for them.
The wind's better.
Watch the highlights show later on. It's going to be some quite good interviews with that tree and that one over there. Should be something that you've never seen before, probably.
Ja, Joris, is dat zo?
Johnny was saying, I've been in last night. We said, oh, there's this big potential garden. Several thousands.
That sounds like more than a few thousand. Stick to the road.
It's a good letter from this guy, the Scotsman, Ken Curry from Edinburgh. When Sir Keir promised to rebuild Kirkcaldy, and this guy says, now while this is very welcome, indeed, I don't believe he and his colleagues sit in their London offices planning to rebuild the long term. It's simply a hot air balloon. No, I got one. Sir Keir wishes to identify him. He might want to start by very good, on the outside. That would be a first step. And it's a bit daft, because he's been nervous. Which is mad, I used to go all over Europe when I'm working.
Sun was flying now,
Get some speed up, and if the traffic light turned red, so I go to pedal back, it never happened. It didn't work. The brakes had just failed.
Oh,
I called up the police, I said, you need to pick this thing up, because they go, that doesn't possible. My husband's like, that's not possible. These things never break. I went, get on it and you do it. He said, bloody hell. So trust me, the only bike in the Netherlands for that was pen. Stuart McDonald was riding in
don't mention them all, because I'm not allowed to, because I don't want to upset you.
It really is. It really is. Yeah, it's quicker than get the job. Rotterdam flies into Glasgow, doesn't it? Yeah, so, okay. Transavia. I didn't realise that.
Oh man. I should have got some meat. Starting to feel like breakfast.
Did you have breakfast?
No.
Oh, you need to get some breakfast.
Yeah, there's a spa across the road.
Okay, good.
So
That's fine to me, compared to Catalonia, but Catalonia was never a nation, Scotland's an ancient nation, so really, it's great to have the support of these people.
There have to be definitely different criteria, but I believe Catalonia.
We have that treaty, we have a piece of paper treaty.
Yeah, unfortunately that international treaties was actually getting in the way of the government. Which is what we are.
Well, but that's what Salvo was showing, is that they just merely transpose the English crown onto Scotland. So it's not really a union of two equal nations at all.
Are you going to be talking about that? Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, it's just, it touches slightly on what I'm going to do, but it doesn't
well, I'll show you what I say. It's probably too long. But it's basically the remarks I made at the hub opening, our Salvo hub.
Well, that'll be good because I really...
I'm going to be talking about how do we know we're a colony, political control, settlers, economic exploitation, and talking about treaty violations, and the difference between the English and Scottish crowns. And then I'm going to talk about the theft of our ports, oil, renewables, to illustrate how the union's robbing us. And finally I'll end up with just try to what Salvo is about, what the British is trying to do. I called Tony Blair work.
Well, I missed. I was doing the Zoom for the hybrid that night, and David's computer came off. So basically, I was getting you in fits and starts.
Right. Anyway,
you started off.
Is this going to be Indy? Is he going to be recording it, Pat?
It's going out live.
Okay. So they will get. It's not just one little group here.
Oh no. There's another two on Facebook and that.
Okay. So what they can do is they can just splice bits of our speech and put it all together.
Oh God, camels.
You should give up smoking. People have probably told you that.
At the end of the day, the thing you get to my time.
How old are you?
62.
You hold it. How old do you think I am?
Oh God, that's so good.
No, go ahead. I don't mind. Be honest. 65.
Yeah. Must be down your roots.
Oh no, I do that, but I think a lot of men do too.
No me.
No, not you. Clearly not you.
Excuse me.
But men who have roots to die, I must say, right? A lot of them don't.
Please don't go watch this. My dad was born in the streets.
My dad was called too.
Fortunately, I got the other genes.
They used to say it was your mother's father that determined whether
No, that would make sense.
Yes.
I'm going to have to give this thing back and feel my filter start to drop again. I'm going to see something. Oh. Oh man. We need to get that red flag put around a little bit better. I mean, it's just,
Oh, the Cameroon?
we just we're way over the speed. It's not as if it'll stop the sound coming out.
You just have one daughter? You just have one daughter?
No, I've got two. I've got two daughters, 4 sons, and 2 daughters.
4 sons? Wow. And the rest of them in Scotland?
No, my oldest is in New Zealand. The second, my daughter, she's in Belgium. My third one's in Edinburgh. 4th one's in Egypt.
Oh wow.
5th, 6th. I got 2 daughters. One died.
What is the son in Egypt doing?
No idea. I'm sure Brent was they all have pretty interesting lives. We don't have the phone contact, but it's Sally comes and goes.
What does your daughter now work do?
She's a lawyer.
Okay.
She finished her qualifications and then basically never went to the bar. She's got a job for twice the money and much more holidays, working as a legal advisor for the council. She's children of her mother. I think it's you better do what you want to do rather than what other people want you to do. I've always said that. And
absolutely. You can do it.
Yeah, well, she reset a year at high school and reset a year at university to get this. She's probably at the end. She's a fighter. But if you're watching him, she's a bit lazy sometimes. I'm sorry, getting pissed off. Can you hold this for 2 seconds?
Yeah, sure.
I'm just going to show my flag.
Yeah.
doing this.
How are we? I've never had a chance to talk to you.
That's okay. We're getting ready to go, aren't we? Yeah?
Yeah, I don't know, something.
You want to get off in back. You want to get off in back.
Pat, where do you hail from?
Lanarkshire.
Okay.
Do you know it?
Yeah, sort of. I've cycled through it.
Wishaw.
Yeah? Okay.
I live between Wishaw and Kirlook.
Okay. Yeah, I know.
Law Village.
We actually chased Jeremy Corbyn over the show. It was 7 years?
Aye.
Pat almost got arrested.
It's quite a backdrop for the photograph.
Has
I'm going to put this on the sun and keep it cool at least. Right.
facts.
It's my fucking facts. There's Chris.
Huh?
I just wanted to let you know that someone else has stolen my heart.
My job. I work with people with disabilities. For the council, so so I'm a social care worker. Yeah. And I just jumped a big step in my job last year as well. So now I'm like, fucking, I didn't want to like rock the boat or. So I've been solely doing Tartan Army gigs since then.
The other thing is, Ireland found its independence and it's worth celebrating. There are certain aspects of the IRA that are not worth celebrating, but the Irish Republican Army was a very brave army.
Absolutely.
The Provisional Army.
It depends on which side you see it from. That's the thing.
Someone had to liberate Ireland.
Absolutely. But
it's got to be very careful.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. And I don't want to tarnish the yes movement with something that I stupidly
I know what it's like to get death threats.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Not at all.
We got sound. Welcome. Got a bit of feedback. Yeah, okay. Welcome everyone to our 7th annual rally for Scottish independence. It's the last 3 we did online. It's great to see everybody back at these events. It's sad that we have to still do them, but it's great seeing everyone again. We have some great speakers, great musicians lined up for you. And our first speaker today is going to be Mr. James Scott, the founder of the Scottish Resistance. James.
Well, hello everybody. Come on, a bit louder than that. I came all the way from Scotland. Well done to Raymond for putting on this event. As he says, this is the 7th event, and I hope Raymond keeps putting this event on until we get independence. He's done a great job today. I'd like to thank all the marchers and all the folk behind the scenes that have helped make this event possible today. Well done to everybody. How many are here from the Netherlands? You lucky people, you didn't have far to go. How many are here from Germany? The last time I said that, somebody shouted 9, and I tried to count them. How many are here from England? Nobody. There's usually always one. And then I can say you're very welcome, in spite of everything. Now, the history between Scotland and the Netherlands is a rich history. Right from the very earliest times, the 10th and 11th century, Scots traded with people from the Netherlands. You see all this crap that they give us that Scotland cannot trade without Westminster. It's a lot of nonsense, folks. We traded way back in the 10th, 11th century from people from the Netherlands. And over the years, we built up a good relationship. Some people from the Netherlands actually settled on the east coast of Scotland. Such was the good relationship that we had with the people of the Netherlands. We do have a rich history together. Now, one of the things that ties us together is, for over 200 years, folks, there was an army in the Netherlands called the Scots Brigade. Now listen to this is true. The Scots Brigade, an army of totally all Scots that fought on behalf of the Netherlands in all the wars that the Netherlands get involved in. Even the Netherlands fight for independence against Spain. So there you go, over 200 years. Now, when you read about these people in the Scots Brigade, it's fascinating to hear some of the names. People with surnames like Bruce, Douglas, Hamilton. I mean, it's amazing. And a lot of these guys fought and died in the Netherlands on behalf of the people of the Netherlands. So it's great that we've got guys like Raymond today trying to help us in Scotland regain our independence. Let's not forget these people who were in the Scots Brigade, who helped the Netherlands gain independence. Now, there's another piece of rich history we have as well. During the American War of Independence, the Dutch and the French supported the colonialists. They supported the Americans to overthrow Brit rule. Well done to them. Now, there was a Scotsman around at that time called John Paul Jones. Now, John Paul Jones, believe it or not, became father of the American Navy. Now, at that time, they always said that Britannia rules the waves and all that. They went over to America, the Brits, and they bombed all the east coast of America during the Wars of Independence. And there is a wee story regarding one of the forts in the east coast of America called Fort Henry. They bombed that, and one American after another would raise the Stars and Stripes. And this is how that song, the American National Anthem, goes. But the flag was still there. No matter how much the Brits bombed it, one American after another would go there and hold that flag up. The flag was still there. So that's another wee piece of history. Now, because the Americans were getting bombed, because they were getting bombed by the Brits, John Paul Jones says, right, I've had enough of this. So he got help from the French and he got some ships and he sailed across to the British Isles. He went right round the British Isles and he met the British forces off the coast of Flamborough Head in Scarborough. Has anybody heard of Scarborough? It's a holiday area in the east coast of England. Well, Flamborough Head's just a wee bit up from that. So he met the British fleet there, John Paul Jones. He was outnumbered, and his main ship, John Paul Jones, was called the Bonhomme Richard. The main British flagship was called the Serapis, HMS Serapis, under Captain Pearson. Now what happened, that battle went on for hour after hour, and John Paul Jones's ships were getting battered continually until he took a direct hit. And even though his ship was sinking and he was told to surrender by the Brits, he says, we have only just begun to fight. And sure enough, his small fleet of ships kept attacking until they eventually had a direct hit on the main ship, the Serapis. and the Brits surrendered. Now John Paul Jones had brought all these ships that he'd captured from the Brits all the way up to the Netherlands, sailed all the way to the Netherlands, and he had a hero's welcome here in The Hague. Isn't that a fantastic wee story? And actually, I don't know if any of the Dutch people here know, there is actually a song about John Paul Jones. Here comes that fellow John Paul Jones. He's well respected in the Netherlands and of course in America. At the Naval Academy in America, that's where the body of John Paul Jones lays. So it's an amazing piece of history that we have between the Netherlands and Scotland. Now, when you think of football, we've had a lot of matches against the Netherlands. One in particular was in the 1978 World Cup, where Scotland got stuffed in their first 2 games and there was absolutely no chance of them qualifying. But what actually happened was, during the match, it went to a score of what I call Bishop Desmond. It was 2-2. 2-2, Bishop Desmond. So, next thing, Archie Gemmill. Anybody heard of Archie Gemmill? Next thing, Archie Gemmill dribbles round 11 guys for the Netherlands and scores this most amazing goal. The most amazing goal that any Scottish player ever scored. A fantastic goal. And patriots like me still think that's the best goal ever that's been scored in a World Cup. So it became 3-2 and the Scots won that match 3-2. But these are wee bits of magic. And over the course of time though, the Dutch had much better footballers. Who remembers Johan Cruyff? What a footballer he was, eh? Johan Cruyff, fantastic footballer. Another sport that both the Dutch and the Scots excel in is darts. We've all heard of Raymond van Barneveld, absolutely brilliant world champion at one time. Michael van Gerwen, another great world champion. We've got world champions in darts as well, like Gary Anderson, etc. So, I mean, Jockey Wilson, that's right, absolutely. So there you go, but what a fantastic history that we have got together. Now, today I'm wearing my John Lennon specs. Yeah, John Lennon specs. Because, you know folks, I've got a dream. Maybe I shouldn't say that, the last guy that said that got shot. No, I've got a dream that all the nations of the world, all the nations of this world should be free. That's the way it should be, folks. And that's what John Lennon says. Imagine all the people. So there you go. So thanks for listening, folks. One day, let's hope that all the nations of this world will be free. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Our first musician, well, to everybody that's ever been here at this event, needs no introduction. She's been here since day one. She's part of the family. Miss Tina Juleman.
Hi everyone. Great to be back. It's an honor to be here again. So, the sun is shining and I can see the shining light in your eyes. I can see the shining light of freedom in your eyes. I can see the arrows fly crossing the sky. I found a road where hear the battle cry. I can hear the nation night. Walk the road and hear the battle cry. Feel I can hear the nation tonight. Across the sea and far, the flags fly so high. For all our liberty, the fight will never die. It grows so strong, join in and sing this song. I can hear the nation tonight. Walk the road and hear the battle cry.
Maybe it's just lying a bit bigger.
Hear the pride when you hear the distant pipe. Loud and clear, thousand voices cry. I can hear the nation tonight. As the thunder in the field echoes through my mind, takes me to another place, beauty all around. In dreams of gold, where freedom is never sold, I can hear the nation tonight. Walk the road and hear the battle cry. Feel the pride when you hear the distant pipe. Loud and clear, thousand voices cry. I can hear the nation tonight. Walk the road and hear the battle cry. Feel the pride when you hear the distant pipe. Loud and clear, thousand voices cry. I can hear the nation tonight. I can hear the nation tonight. Thank you very much. And thank you to Graham Brown for the song. The next one.
You are live.
Aye.
It's actually written for Culloden, but Ted Chris of the song Freedom's Flame, and but I guess as long as 100 will remain, there will be a fight for freedom.
Yeah.
So that's why I choose this song. Good morning, my friend. You do not stand here alone.
Currently watching you right now. But the
It warms our hearts if you kneel beside the stone where brave Frasers fell on that day sent from hell that has flipped out our flame. But in you today I see it flickers once again. It's a flame that will roar the cry of freedom as we hold it to the sky. With 1,000 years of Scottish souls, each one hold them high. Freedom's flame in Scotland's name. Hold it high, hold it high. As long as there remain 100, our flame will never die. We came here not knowing how they feel among the stones, just to lay a brick of hazard for this brave man long gone. As the teardrops fall on the wind, I hear a call for Scotland, and the burning pride engulfs us all. My flame will roar the cry of freedom as I hold you to the sky. 1,000 years of Scottish soul, each one holding high. Freedom's flame in Scotland's name. never die.
SNP Councillor for North Ayrshire.
Never comes a day when I don't think about that more. Sorry.
Go on, go on, go.
Thanks everyone for coming up here today.
As the layers flicker patterns, those men all long gone. There's young Scotchmen lying, call before their time, but they did not die in vain, 'cause each man carries freedom's flame. It's a flame that will roar the cry of freedom as I hold it to the sky. With 1,000 years of Scottish soul, each one holding high, freedom's flame in Scotland's name. Hold it high, as long as there remain 100, our flame will never die. As long as there remain 100, our flame will never die. Woo! Sorry, Ted. Are you threatened by words from an empire of money and gold? Will you trade in your country's potential for the lives you've been told? Are you scared that the walls are too high to be beat by the wall?
Guys, I'm going to put this onto charge for a couple of minutes. I'll have it back up as soon as.
A mouthful, but he was sent out, he was just a wee boy, sent out by someone in an office somewhere in that building. So, really, the reason I'm here today is not to persuade you, you all know that. Everybody standing here today, we all want the same thing, we want independence. That's why we're here. Now, I happen to be a member of the SNP, right? Now, I've already had a few folk, no, just in banter, right? That was him, right? And I'm also a councillor in North Ayrshire. And that's why I said to Wendy today, look, I need to go on first because I double booked myself. I'm actually judging a sandcastle competition down in Saltcote quite soon, so I'm going to have to dash away. But the reason I'm in the SNP is the same reason that you're all here. I want independence. I'm not a career politician. I never was. I was persuaded to do what I'm doing because there were people within the party who thought I might be a good representative of the SNP, and therefore, by hopefully doing a good job in my community, helping people, which I enjoy doing. I love to help people. I love to make the best of my hometown. I love Saltcote in the same way as I love Scotland. So that's why I'm doing it. And if by some subliminal way I'm persuading people out there, do you know what? See that woman, she's not that bad, right enough. Maybe SNP's no bad. Maybe I'll vote yes if we get a chance again. So that's the reason I'm in the party. But I'm here to make a plea. I really very strenuously believe that we can only get this if we stay united. Why are we falling out amongst ourselves?
We're not really.
I'll fall out with you, or any of you, about 100 different things. In the future, once we get the job done, we get the independence. Every time I see one independent supporter maligning another, you're playing right into the hands of that guy in Central Station who sent his minion out to tell me to put my flag away. That's what you're doing. Our enemies are out there, we know them. We've got the entire British state, we've got the mass media, the Tory press, all of that. We do not need to look for enemies among ourselves. Save your differences. It would be impossible for me to agree with everyone present today about everything. That's impossible. Our differences, we'll always have them maybe, but we get the independence first, then I'll fight you up the road there about something, but not now. We will wait till we get the independence, and that's my reason for being here today. It's not to try and persuade anyone, we all know what we want, but can we please stop squabbling amongst ourselves until we get the job done, then you can have a riot if you like. But listen, I must leave you because I've got to cast my expert eye over some sandcastles down in Saltcoats. So thank you all for listening, and you're not getting the song. Alistair's not here to duet with me, so I'll leave it at that. But thank you all for coming, and thanks for listening. Thank you. Thanks very much, Dean.
And our next speaker I'd like to introduce is Mike Fennick. Mike.
Yay! Hello everyone.
Hello.
I'm not going to make a speech. I'm going to ask every one of you a question. And it's a question I asked Scotland on a live stream for Independence Live about an hour ago. What is the single most fundamental reason that we're all here in 2023 in a country that is not independent? Why aren't we an independent state? What's the reason?
Colonisation.
I asked that question of myself back in 2020 before I wrote something called the Declaration of a Sovereign Scot. And I chose the opening words that as a sovereign Scot and exercising my claim of right as an individual, I don't agree to, and I don't agree to the continuation of the single fundamental reason we are not independent as a country, and it's the Treaty of Union.
Right.
We were never asked, and the majority, vast majority of people in Scotland in 1700 weren't asked. Over there on that table is what I wrote in December 2020, the Declaration of a Sovereign Scot. It's not a petition, it's your choice. I made my choice. I don't want the Union to continue. You all have a choice. That's my question. If you want to come over and sign the piece of paper, I'll be happy to see you.
Yay! Thanks for that, Mike. The Declaration of a Sovereign Scot. If you're here to sign your declaration and you become part of Scotland's history, Mike Fennick is here with blank forms for signature. If you don't know what the Declaration Initiative is about and why they have been signed all over Scotland for more than 2 years, just speak to Mike. He'll explain. Yeah. Turn and flee. So there's some raffle tickets. Spartans drums, they sound so funny when they remind me of the journey. Such long delight can steal upon me when Johnny sings to me.
My love, he is a handsome laddie, and though he is Dumbarton's caddy, someday I'll be a captain's lady. When Johnny tells his vows to me, Dumbarton's drums, they sound so bonny when they remind me of a Johnny. Such fond delight can steal upon me when Johnny kneels and sings to me. Dumbarton's drums, they sound so bonny when they remind me of a Johnny. Such fond delight can steal upon me when Johnny kneels and sings to me. When Johnny kneels and sings to me. When Johnny kneels and kisses me.
Our next speaker I'd like to introduce to you is Sarah Sawyers from Salford. Hi Sarah. Hi everyone. I didn't come here today because I wanted to make a speech. I came here because I wanted to talk to folk like me. Not to persuade the politicians, not to talk to the media, just grands and granddads, mums and dads, sons and daughters, the really important people, the crown of Scotland. Just think about that for a minute. What I just told you. We are, you and me, the crown of Scotland, not King Charles III of England, us. But here's the thing. Do you not feel today in this country as if you're nothing, as if you're nobody, as if you've no voice and there's nothing you can do about what's happening to us? Well, that's because for 300 years we've been told we're nothing, we're nobody. We were savage, backward, feral people who needed to be civilized by England. And today, we're just the bottom of the pile, like all the people of England always have been. But it wasn't always like that. And by law, by the way, it still isn't. When we say we're sovereign, that comes from the fact that in Scotland, the crown is the people. That's why our kings and queens were first among equals. That's why they were kings and queens of Scots, but not of Scotland. The crown owns Scotland. That's you and me. And that's the proof, by the way, that we're colonised. Because that's law. That was never within the reach of the treaty to change. But they changed it. How do we know that's true? I mean, isn't that just a kind of romantic idea? Sovereign Scots. I mean, it's not realistic, is it? I mean, were we really? Wasn't it just nobles and barons and kings? Well, here's the thing to think about. How do you know where the centre of power is in any country, in any state? Look at the laws, look at the government.
The laws and the government will follow the interests of the centre of power. So what are they doing today? How about the right of the people to protest? How about the right of the people to criticise a government? How about the right of the people to basic justice? How about the right of the people to freedom from poverty? The right to work? The right to a free press? I could go on and on, couldn't I? What about those special tax deals? Who benefits from them? Aye? Who's making the money out of the energy while our people can't afford to heat their own homes? The corporations. And who has shares in those corporations? So, where is the centre of power? In the hands of an elite, an unaccountable, corrupt, self-interested, greedy, vicious elite. But in Scotland, if you look to what the laws and the provisions were right up to the Union, here's what you can tell the people who say that's romantic nonsense. That wasn't true. It was always the people at the top. Well, then explain this. How is it that in Scotland there was an equal right to justice for every person? And that was so important that we had the first legal aid in the world. 1400s. How about we had compulsory education free from 1490 for ordinary working class boys. And girls got to read and write as well. It wasn't as enlightened as we'd have liked, but how about the fact that there were laws against profiteering, fair rent laws, laws to protect the people from famine, laws against excessive interest rates. And in the claim of right you find the government can't give special tax breaks and exemptions and little contracts that are just bungs, because that's unlawful in Scotland. So who, if all that's true, who was the centre of power in Scotland? The people. Because it was the rights and interests of the people that were upheld and protected from the greed and the self-interest of the privileged. That's who we were. And that's who we are. The Crown of Scotland, the sovereign. Why does that matter? Some of you will come across the work of, have come across Professor Alf Baird's work. If you've not got Dún Hodden, it's a hard read, but it's really important. One of the things he will tell people is, you know we're colonised. If we're in a voluntary union, there's terms and conditions. The Crown never went into that union. All that's been set aside. What we've actually got is a legal fiction to cover up the annexation of Scotland by England. So we're a colony. I don't care if people say, oh, you can't be, Scotland benefited from the empire. That's all hogwash. We're a colony. And no colony has ever got its freedom without what's called a liberation movement. It doesn't matter what you call that. It could have been the SNP, it could have been ALBA, it could be ISP, it could be Salvo and Liberation Scotland. Whatever it is, that movement has depends on restoring a sense of identity. You do not get independence because you'll be a bit better off, because your gas and your lecky will cost a bit less, because you can have a bit more control. You get liberation because people remember who they are. They'll take to the streets. In every single country that ever got its liberation, people were willing to face down the tanks or the guns or what. They'll put their lives on the line for it, let alone take a wee economic hit. We're doing this the wrong way. Scotland will get its freedom when the people of Scotland say, this is who we are, and this is worth fighting for, and this is worth having even if it costs us, not because of a bit of self-interest. That's how you get it, by restoring, but wait, not just identity, because the identity of the Scottish people as the Crown of Scotland means a bit more than just that we remember who we are. It means we restore our right to everything we had in the past, to everything that is actually still guaranteed under the Treaty of Union, because the claim of right was ratified by the Parliaments of England and Scotland. That's the law. That's why we're talking about going to the international community and the international courts, because it's law. And it's Westminster that's acting unlawfully. It certainly wouldn't be the Scottish Government if they had a referendum and acknowledged the sovereignty of the people. So, here's the thing. I do not know if the politicians will find a way of forcing Westminster to grant another referendum, or not to rig it if it was granted. I don't know if they'll find a way to come up with a plebiscite that everybody's on board with, and then make Westminster recognise it. But I do know this: when we force the world, the people in Scotland and the international community, to respect the sovereignty of the Scottish people, constitutionally protected, ratified as a condition of this so-called union, we will have the right to veto bad laws. Anyone in favour of GRA around here? To veto bad laws, removal of juries from trials, to veto bad laws, to control our own assets, not the government, because it's the people that already own them, not the corporations, the people that own them. And we will have the right to hold a referendum on anything we want at any time we want. And at that point, independence, freedom from this colonising so-called union, that's right there for the taking. So, if you haven't joined Salvo, if you haven't signed up for Liberation, please do that today. And what you can do is take this message out. The media won't do it. We can. Every person you speak to will speak to others. The more you speak, the more you do, the more others will know. And the more we take on, the more projects, the more campaigns we launch that say we are sovereign, the more that Scotland will know. So we can do that at home, and then we can take this to the international community and wake them up as well. So we're all part of this. We're family, and we're sovereign, and we're the Crown of Scotland. Thanks.
Yay! Thanks very much, Sarah. That was brilliant, as usual. We're just going to listen to a couple of songs, and then our next speaker will be Neil Haston from Yes Stones.
Yay!
Fairy story, but we never really got told about her history. And Sarah discovered that there had been a recollection of all the Scottish Parliament's papers and stuff over hundreds of years that have been collected in an archive in St Andrews University, and that's available for every single one of you to be able to go and research on your own. But so she started with 5 people, and then she went to speak at the Alba conference, the spring conference at Hampden Park, and the speech she made that day has become legendary. She tried to call for a remit back on something that was rather important for the councils, but her speech basically woke a lot of people up. And it was round about that time she contacted me and asked me if I'd be interested in helping to launch this group Salvo with an event. And as that's the kind of thing I do, I was more than happy to help. things went absolutely mental after that day, and within a couple of days, so with a couple of hundred members. It'll be the first anniversary of the launch, I think, in another 10 days, something like that. By which time we had a couple of thousand members, and now we're approaching 7,000. Salvo, basically, we started off trying to do a deep dive into Scotland's history, and we discovered that there were so many things that we either had not been told about or things that we had been completely lied to about as things were hidden. And the most important that we discovered, or that Sarah discovered originally, was that the Treaty Union was conditional. Scotland had, basically had the Parliament had passed a thing called the Claim of Right in 1698, which was like, 1689. I was going to do wrong. 1689. So it was like 18 years before the Treaty Union, but there were conditions actually placed on that, and the Claim of Right was the first codified thing of Scottish sovereignty, which had been mentioned in the Declaration of Arbroath, which most of us actually knew a bit about, but we didn't know about 10 years before the Declaration of the Clergy. We didn't know much about the three estates, and we didn't know about the law of salvo. Salvo, as you see, is here. It's actually from I think it's salvo curis libet, which is it basically let whoever sue the crown. So at the end, every parliamentary session in the old Scottish Parliament, at the end, if your rights had been overridden by anything that the Parliament had done, any person could actually call salvo and have that law looked at again, sometimes even thrown out, or modified so that their rights would not be overrun by the government. And so basically, when we got to 1689, the Claim of Right then basically put us in writing, and it was the only constitutional law that was actually ever passed by both the Scots and the Great British Parliament, on which that if anyone actually tried to gainsay it, it was a capital crime. You could basically be executed for going against it. So basically, it gave us something as we were forced into a union by people who had no right to sign us in. They say that the Scottish Parliament signed us into the Treaty Union in 1707. They had no right. They had no right. They never did, because at the end of the day, you have to have provenance. Where did they get the rights from? They never had the rights in the first place to sign them away. And so we've been working on that. Salvo has grown from a small group of people. We decided to try and build something the way that the ANC have in Catalonia, with a group that does not have a top-down structure. We built it it's taken us a year to build. It's a flat structure, there's no hierarchy, everyone has much right as everyone else. Recently we've formed 14 hubs which are breaking out all over Scotland just now, and we've all got different parties. We all support different political parties, but at the core, more than anything, we all support independence for Scotland and the return of the rights that we were guaranteed when we were signed up to this alleged treaty. Now, at the end of the day, where we're going from here is going to be dealt with by another speaker later on today. But Salvo are the campaigning arm of a group called Liberation. Liberation, we need 100,000 Scots to sign up to this, and you can do that at liberation.scot. Sign up there, and basically your signature will count as one of hope. We're hoping to get 100,000 to be able to allow us to move on It's called liberation because under the UN statutes, the only people that actually have got a right to go to international courts are nation states. And while we're a nation, we're not a state anymore. Not much of a state as a nation down south anyway. But as I say, like we're 100,000 names on that list, and we will get friends who are working alongside us in other states who do have representation to ask a question at this court just up the road here. And that question that we'll be looking at is Scotland in a voluntary union where it is governed by terms and the international law and treaties, or are we a colony, a de facto colony? That question can be asked on our behalf. To do that, we need 100,000 people to sign up to liberation. As I say, we've got 2 other speakers here today who are going to tell you a bit more about that. That's the campaigning arm, from the campaigning arm, that's Silver. And we hope to see lots of you joining up. It doesn't matter if you're with the SNP, it doesn't matter if you're with ALBA, it doesn't matter if you're with ISP, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether you're a Catholic, a Protestant, a Jew, a Hindu, a Muslim, it doesn't matter. If Scotland is here, if Scotland is here, join Silver. It's who we are. Thank you very much.
Yay!
Thank you, Dave. The next musician that I want to introduce is, he just actually made it because he's been through shit with his car. But Steve, you were.
Sun's getting. I'll flick it back on down. Ah, well, that's no shit to you.
Hello.
Hello, Steve.
Hey. So, I recognise a few faces here today. Got guitar here. So what we're going to do, we're going to start off with a good Scottish war song. Actually, Robbie Burns turned it into an anti-war song, which is also apt. So, you might know this, you might not. The Jacobites by name. Ye Jacobites by name, ye Jacobites by name, take the guitar down. Ye Jacobites by name, your thoughts I will proclaim, your doctrines I'm humbling, you shall hear, your doctrines I'm humbling, you shall hear. So what is right or what is wrong? Bible law, Bible law. What is right or what is wrong? Bible law. What is right or what is wrong? A short sword or a long? Well, a weak arm or a strong? For to draw. Well, a weak arm or a strong? For to draw. Jacobites by name, lend the name. Ye Jacobites by name, lend the name. Ye Jacobites by name, your thoughts I will proclaim, for your doctrines I'm humbling. You shall hear. Your doctrines I'm humbling, you shall hear. What makes a wicked strife? Rain the fire. What makes a wicked strife? Rain the fire. What makes a wicked strife? To what's the assassin's knife? Our hands up in his life with bloody war. Oh, hands up in his life with bloody war. Whoa, ye Jacobites by name, lend the name. Jacobites by name, lend the name. Ye Jacobites by name.
Nice one. I just got back from Scotland, from Glenelg. It's the Skye to Glenelg ferry. One of the last of its kind. We're going to stick in Scotland, I think. I play a lot of Irish stuff as well, but that's not apt today. This is called Wild Mountain Time. The summer time has come. Trees are sweetly blooming. Wild mountain time goes around the blue river. Will you go? I see you. And we'll go together to the wild mountain time, all around the blue river. Will you go, lassie, go? I will put my love about my young clear crystal fountain. On it I will buy all the flowers of the mountain. Will you go? I see you. And we'll all go together to the wild mountain time, all around the blue river. Will you go? I see you. The autumn time that has come. These are sweet days. Wild mountain time goes around that blue river. Will you go, lassie? And we'll all go together to the wild mountain time, all around the blue river. Will you go, lassie, go? So very true, I shall not see, and I'll surely find another to the wild mountain time, all around the blue river. Will you go, lassie, go? And we'll all go together to the wild mountain time, all around the blue river, all around the blue river. Will you go, lassie? see a few more of you today, but yeah, that's the way it goes when you got a huge demonstration next door to and all kinds of other things going on. I closed the tunnel today. Hey. I put that in my CV.
Where they're talking about
from Musselburgh, you know where Musselburgh is?
Massive
just outside Edinburgh.
Extinction Rebellion demonstration just down the road from us presently.
A Calvinistic song about a fisherman coming back from his work, jumping into bed with the wrong girl, and all hell broke loose in the town. Fisher Road. I came in by Fisher Road, Musselburgh was near me. I threw off my muscle pop, courtside with my deity, so up the stairs, down the stairs, simmer stairs, excuse me. I followed along the lama lane, went so near my deity. Well, I had to rape and bit into the courts had never counted, but since I was getting through the tune, here I can't mend it, so up the stairs, down the stairs, simmer stairs, excuse me. I got it long, the lama lane, went so near my deity. Oh, up the stairs, down the stairs, simmer stairs, excuse me. Got it long, the lama lane, went so near my deity.
Just hold it here. I'll go down that shade.
Fisher Road, Musselburgh was near me. I threw off my muscle pop, courtside with my GD, so up the stairs, down the stairs, simmer stairs, excuse me. What a long lama lane, went so near my dear. Oh, up the stairs, down the stairs, simmer stairs, excuse me. What a long lama lane, went so near my dear. Nice one. Edinburgh, my hometown. A song called The Poor Man's Son, written by Andy Mackay. Covered hands upon the wall. Workers needed, not alone. You don't need a job if you got a gun.
15 minutes.
There's a van across that road. While mama is around my head. While I fight that pistol, yeah, tell the clerk, well, I'm not a bad man, I'm just a poor man's son. So give me your money now, and don't get hurt. She don't be back around when I tell. She don't while the deputy sheriff, he points his gun at me. You never learn, no, will you again? Well, I'm starting to think you like it and that sound. And you can wait to go to hell. And I said, my, it's me. you, man. See how to believe. Well, I said, man, it's me when I'm not married. Sheep the phone now. Sorry, I'm going away again for another 5-year stretch. Well, I may keep you someday. Wait and see. I love you, man. You see how to believe. I love you, man. See how to believe. Well, I love you, man. See how to believe. She can be that soon. Why not? She knows, no, why not? We know why she lives. Oh, my friends, I say, thanks very much. This one, Dougie MacLean, a couple of side songs, because, you know, let's face it, he still is the top singer-songwriter, folk musician in Scotland. A lot have followed him, but this is one of his older songs, called Ready for the Storm. Crashing, the tide rolls out, it's an angry sea, there is no doubt. The lighthouse will keep shining out to warm the slowly sailor. The lightning strikes and the wind cuts cold, but the sailor's bones, the sailor's soul, and nothing left but he can know, except for shoal and ocean. And I am ready for the storm. Yes, sir, ready. I am ready for the storm. Ready for the storm. Mercy from my dreams, cause every confrontation seems to tell me what it really means to be this lonely sailor. Waiting skies to beat by tune, want a silent bell to wake my fear. I cried in silent weary tear, to be this lonely sailor. Now when I am ready for the storm, yes sir, ready. I am ready for the storm, ready for the storm, yeah. Time will take its time, you will find good in the end. It brings you me, this lonely sinner. When you take me by the hand, you love me, Lord, you love me, but I should realize there was no reason to be frightened. Now when I am ready for the storm, I am ready for the storm now. I am ready for the storm, yes sir, ready. I am ready for the storm. Ready for the storm. Nice one. So, I didn't speak a lot today because I think a lot has been spoken. Let the songs speak for themselves. This is Caledonia.
Few days, well, I've been afraid, and I may drift away. Slowly, telling sounds make me think about where I come from, and that's the reason why I am so far away today. Let me tell you that I love you. When I think about you all the time, Caledonia, you've been calling me. Why I'm going home. But if I should become a stranger, know that it would make me more inside. So Caledonia, you've been everything that I ever had. And I kept on moving through the points that needed proving, and I lost a friend that needed losing, found others on the way. I kissed their ladies and left them crying, stolen dreams, now there's no denying, and I traveled hard with conscience flying, somewhere on the way. Let me tell you that I love you when I think about you all the time. Come on, Caledonia, you've been calling me. Why I'm going home. Sing. Well, if I should become a stranger, know that it would make me more inside. So Caledonia, you've been all that I ever had. Sure. Sitting around the fire, the empty room and that forest choir, things that couldn't reach any higher, withered now they're gone. I'm steady thinking our way is clear, and I know what I will do tomorrow, and the hands are shaking and the kisses flow. I will disappear. So let me tell you that I love you when I think about you all the time. Caledonia, you've been calling me. Why I'm going home. So if I should become a stranger, know that it would make me more inside. So Caledonia, you've been everything. Oh, Caledonia, you've been all. So, Caledonia, you've been all that I ever had. Whoa, whoa, yeah. No, whoa, don't so much from me. Oh, we go down. Thanks very much. I'm Steve Chair. I hope the rest of your day's cracking. Move on.
Thank you, Steve. Well, when it pertains to Scotland, you hardly ever say we got a lot of friends down south. Scotland does have friends down south. South of the Netherlands, that is. In Flanders. Representing the Scottish Yes Group, sorry about that, Mr. Bart de Valk.
Hi guys, I'm not speaking out of the polls because I'm not an Englishman. I don't speak English. I speak Dutch. Can everybody in the back hear me? Okay, thank you. Yeah. Okay. So, dear Scottish and Dutch participants, also Germans are here of the Rally for Independence. Dear Raymond, first of all, thank you for the invitation. I hope you don't mind to briefly accord us to the opportunity to introduce ourselves. For more than 50 years, our Flemish Scottish Yes Clan, which has its origins in the Flemish Republican movement, has been following European peoples in their race for self-determination. During the first March for Independence in 2012, a delegation of more than 50 Flemish nationalists participated. Through ISEC, our members were also actively involved in the 2 Catalan independence referendums as volunteers in a team of independent foreign observers. What about Flanders and Scotland? 2 nations imprisoned in a forced marriage. We tried to get out in search of legal measures for a clean divorce. On the screen here. A French orchestrated revolution in 1830. 2%. French Flanders away from the Netherlands and forced it to become a part of the Kingdom of Belgium with Wallonia. The imported unknown Leopold, a German nobleman, but apparently not that noble for the Flemish people, was given free rein. But now, thanks to you Scots, we are all reunited here in Den Haag, the political capital of the Netherlands. North and South Netherlands standing up for Scottish independence. Fantastic. The Dutch lowlands supporting the Scottish Highlands because it's all about democracy. Bringing politics to the people, looking for Scottish answers to Scottish problems and searching for the best measures tailored to Scotland's challenges. It's all about making your own choices and at the end, being boss in your own kitchen. Because now, but first, dealing with an evil British staff mother who still decides on the dishes and the ingredients herself. You, as future parents of a future independent Scotland, have the best interests at heart in the future prospects of your children, most of whom are currently under British tutelage. I have to admit that unlike other stateless peoples, such as the Catalans and Flemings, your Scots have a far-reaching form of autonomy, and that makes us a little bit jealous. Your Scottish movement is always on the march, pushing your political parties forward in order to prepare a new round of negotiations with the British government for the transfer of additional powers, step by step, patiently, perhaps too careful. Country before party. The independence movement is bigger than the SNP, declared Joanna Cherry, MP for the SNP in Glasgow on the 6th of May. Each time, pro-independence figures rise in a referendum, you Scottish voters strengthen their negotiation position. On the 2nd of October 2022, Scottish Professor Constitutional Law Chris McCorkindale was one of the international guest speakers during a colloquium in Flanders under the title The Creation of Independent States in Europe. This on the occasion of the 20th anniversary of the Flemish independence organization Pro Flandria. He described the Scottish strategy as conservative radicalism, a tactic that has proved its value, bringing Scots steadily closer to their goal, self-determination. For outsiders like us, it's almost unbelievable you have your own Minister of Independence. What a clear statement to Westminster. From abolishing the monarchy to bold poverty policies, there are no political taboos in Scotland. An example for Flanders, where given the socio-economic crisis, political fear of taking the future into own hands is paralyzing real change. Community stagnation on the Flemish side causes indecision and political impotence. Recognizable. However, Flanders also faces a historic moment and the choice to focus solely on the Flemish level after the 2024 parliamentary elections. Just as you Scots did before us, political Flanders can turn its head away from the Belgian framework and take the first steps towards Flemish sovereignty. It has those powers. Never before, the political family for Flemish independence obtained so many votes. According to the last political poll, both the NVA, New Flemish Alliance, and Vlaams Belang, Flemish Interests, will gain a majority in seats in the Flemish Parliament. Therefore, also Flanders has everything it needs to create support for independence. Not too soon, because Flanders in particular is groaning under a Belgian bankruptcy. The only thing is missing is political guts to get the social independence debate going on. We consider this as a pioneering role reserved for the Flemish Parliament, the engine per excellence towards Flemish independence. And you, in your country, in Scotland, we're here. Scotland is taking its own future in its own hands. Whatever government is elected
Scotland will inevitably govern better than Westminster. Another message applicable to those politicians who genuinely have Flanders' future in mind. To conclude, because everybody is thirsty, to conclude with the wise words of Robin McAlpine, Head of Strategic Development of Commonweal, addressed to the Scottish independent movement all under one banner, and applicable to all civil movements for self-determination in Europe. The difference between a happening or no happening, between being over or not being over, is simply one thing. It's us. Either we do it or we don't. We fix it or we don't. We are now in a situation where no one is coming to rescue us. There's no whitening horse coming over the hill. We cannot get ourselves laid down at the beach, light a fire rescue and hope somebody is coming to rescue us. Nobody is coming to rescue us. It's down to us. We will take this by the scruff of the neck. We will get it together and we will win it or we don't. It's down to us. And stop looking over your shoulder asking who is going to fix this. We are going to fix this. And when we
Anyway, that is the message that Salvo is coming to the Scots with. It's to let everybody know that they're sovereign and that they have rights. And they have more rights in their hands than the politicians will ever have, because we lend that right to them. We lend that right to the sovereign. We lend our right. That is the bottom line. So we're going to come back. And the question is, but how are we going to take back our assets? How are we going to go forward and take that money back that's been pilfered out of the Scottish assets? I'll tell you how we're going to do that. We're going to do that through Salvo. Because Salvo is going to get enough Scots, 50% plus one person in the population, and as soon as we've got that number, we will be going to the United Nations. And we will be going to the United Nations. And we will be telling the United Nations that we are a free Scotland. We'll be telling the United Nations that we're no longer going to pay our taxes to the Westminster Exchequer. Yeah, we're going to the Scottish Exchequer. We will take our freedom. It's not going to be given to us. All we need to do is go to salvo.scot and liberation.scot and sign up. And then all of a sudden, you are an activist, active because of the claim of right and your own sovereignty, and you will be rallying it right up them. And I'm just going to leave it at that. So, thanks very much for being here.
Small-minded people.
Thanks very much, Terry. That was brilliant.
Not one.
Our next speaker is Mrs. Connie Wilson, Alba General Deputy Secretary. Good afternoon, Commander. Great to see such a good turnout for everybody, and of course the sun is shining on us as it always does.
Leaving the European Union did Britain no good. Now leaving the Union will do Scotland no good.
Thanks for your input there. To set the scene, historically, across Ayrshire, we've always been really good at working together.
cross-party and none. I know Air for Independence, which is what I'm part of, has been never stopped campaigning since 2012 basically, and I know you guys in East Ayrshire are exactly the same, and obviously you've had your Yes shop here which unfortunately had to close, but that does not stop the campaigning.
Can you answer the question about pensions?
That we could be sad because of where we are. You know, if we voted yes in 2014,
Scotland go
then we would have been independent by then, and we wouldn't have suffered what we've suffered so far. We've already had our oil stolen, and thanks to the no votes, which were full of false promises, we then had Brexit, which has then led to nothing but fuel and food poverty in a country that is rich in resources, that is envied across the entire world, and people here are suffering on a daily basis, and it could have been so different. But basically where we are is, right now we need the political will to get us over the finish line, and to do that we have to work together. That is why the way forward, in my opinion, is an independence convention that includes everybody, cross-party and none, and the civic leaders who are independence-minded, getting together round the table to work for an independent Scotland. Now the bottom line is, this worked for the Unionists back in 2014. Labour and the Tories and the Lib Dems all got together and put their differences aside and worked together to ensure that we didn't have that vote. So it's time that we took that back and did that ourselves and used that as an example. We need to find compromise between all the different groups. We need to get the egos put to the side, and we need to focus on the task that's at hand. Now, in my opinion, and if you are part of any of the AIR groups, you will know that I go on and on about what is it that we can do. Now, we can't, as individual people, determine what happens in the whole of Scotland. All you can do is what you can do in your own community. So it's up to us, locally, whether that's Ayr, Kilmarnock, June, or Dawson, whatever, it's up to us in Ayrshire to highlight the disadvantage of us being stuck in the Union, to highlight that it's absolutely not working for Scotland and that it doesn't have to be this way. We need to share our vision for an independent Scotland, we need to share what the possibilities are, and we need to tell people that the only way that we can take control of our own destiny is through self-determination. Like everything in life, what you do is you grow up and then you go out into the world on your own and determine your own future. As a country, that's what we need to be doing. So locally, I am asking people to get out on the street stalls, get chapping those doors, have the conversations with everybody you meet, and try and dispel some of the myths and lies that have been drip-fed to us via the mainstream media for decades, and basically get our message out there.
And you know something?
No one else is going to do it for us, right? So we need to do it ourselves. And as I said, if we can deliver for Ayrshire, then we've done our bit. We've done the bit. But finally, I would just like to thank Wendy for putting on this event. It's been absolutely fantastic. It's great to see everybody here. But we've got work to do, folks. So after today, let's get out there and get that work done. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Corey. Now, Ian, I think you're going to do a draw or something like that. When did we see this one?
How you doing, folks? Would you want to grab that when you do it for me? Right. My name's Ian McNeil. I'm from Glasgow East. I'm also an admin in Bridges for Indy. Then normally on a Saturday, our crew would be on a bridge in the M8 just outside Glasgow, or there's other bridges that other people do as well. What I'd like to say to you is, everybody should make a wee effort for 2 hours or even 1 hour every Saturday. Get your soul tiles out, get your yes stickers on, your badges, get your high-vis jackets on. Go on a bridge for 2 hours. Let the traffic, let the people see you. Believe it or not, there was one day I was on a bridge for a 2-hour session, and it did a little click thing, and we reckon there was over 120,000 people seen us in that 2 hours on the M8. Now that's people that are going to see us. Yes, us of course, more than half. They're going to go back, they're going to go and speak to their wives, when they go home from work, they're going to go to the pub, they're going to say, guess what I seen today? But you're also going to get the unionists as well. And we get quite a few signals out the window from and a few things happen, but we just let it go on. These people are going to get back home as well, and they're going to mention it. They're not going to say it in a nice way, but at least it gets talked about. And that's what we do on Bridges for Indy. So I would ask you all to do something every Saturday, like Wendy's done here, let's put a big effort to put this on. So we can all do it as groups. Don't leave it all under one banner on the big marches. They've got their thing to do, but we can do it as small groups, work together and do little events like this. Anyway, very short on it. Right, let's go on, police. We've got a football card here. So, no, there's a... I'll give you 10 pence. You stole my 10 pence. Anybody get any money?
Try Westminster.
It's fine. That's the money you and me, right? Okay. That's us square. They bother him. Right, this is Yes Glasgow East, so you crowd fund that we get going. You want to read that out, Andy? I've got my glasses on. This is a £50 first prize.
Wow.
And the winner is West Brom.
West Brom. Who's got West Brom? West Brom. Simply takes it, I'm doing it.
You're looking for a flag? There you go.
Yeah, there you go, wee man.
There you go.
Who? Danny. Oh, Daniel! Daniel, here, come up here! Well done, Daniel. 50 quid? Just for you, mate.
Thanks very much, Daniel. It's just donating his £50 to the new charity event we're running for the kids. Thanks very much, Daniel. That's really good of you. I'd just like to say myself,
What's like it's
really important that we do all gather. It's important to support each other. I mean, this means everything to me. Independence for Scotland, and we must work together, and we must use every avenue possible to get there. For too long, we've been stolen from, we're being robbed, our nation's being left with nothing, and I'm sick of it. I don't have a use, but I'm raging. I'd just like to thank everybody that's come down today. We've still got a raffle there that's going to get drawn at 10 to 2. The first prize is a chocolate fountain, a bar of Galaxy, and we'll get some wee prizes there as well. Stop your moaning, Jim. The next march is in Stirling, the 24th of June. We are under one banner. It's important to fill the streets. So, wait, what's this one? The 24th, right? So, first of all, we'll get the Yes to flag display in Kirkcaldy. What time at, Donna? The 6th of June. And then, on the 24th of June, we're Stirling. We were at Glasgow last week, and it was amazing the amount of people that was there, and I think we're actually all starting to come out again. really important that they get they're seen. This is what this is all about. We're not back in the box, we're out in the public, we're saying what they want, we're demanding what they want. And that's it. That's it they mean. Does anybody else want to speak? Anybody in the crowd got anything they want to say?
You've got a big march in Ayr the 29th of July. Down the road.
Aye, the Sutherland's verse the 24th. So I'll tell you all the time. So the 24th of June we've got Sutherland, Ayr the 29th of July, the Isle of Skye on the 26th of August, Falkirk on the 23rd of September, Edinburgh on the 7th of October. As I say, it's important you all come, show our presence, because we're not going to be quiet. This means more to us than anything else, and we're not going to stop until we get it.
If anyone wants to come up and speak before we finish and before the raffle, just come up and see me.
One more time. Reach your voice. Let Scotland shine. Raise your head. Brave and true. 'Cause it's time for Indy Rev 2.
Always has. Does anyone know how to look at Oz? Dorothy's trying to get home from Oz, and Glinda the Good Witch tells her, "But my dear, you've had the power all along." Her ruby slippers. One reason I'm wearing red shoes today. No, just kidding. Anyway, we've had the power all along, Scotland. We just need to use it, awaken to it. That's where liberation and salvo come in. Our task is to awaken the Scottish people to their power and to expose the Union for the con that it is. Our sovereignty lies with us, not with a British ruling class, not with an inbred feudal royal family or corporate elites. If we take back the Scottish crown, which is our birthright, we take back our energy, our land, our ports, our water, our transport, our health, our education. We take back our civil rights, our environmental protections, control over our foreign affairs, and economic sovereignty. We take back our future. So please, anyone you know of, go to Liberation Scotland, sign up, but use a VPN because, surprise, surprise, the British state is trying to thwart people signing up, so they've created mirror sites. So make sure you use a virtual private network when you sign up, and that's a safe and secure way to do it. Purportedly, there were 77,000 people trying to sign up, but we've recorded only 7,500. So they've thwarted it so far, but they won't for much longer. We will get around them. They're not so scary. They're scared of us. They're scared of our power. Thank you very much.
Yes! Well done. Well done.
Thank you, Leah. The next musician that I want to introduce is a guy that's been involved with us since the beginning as well, Mr. Fred Gold.
Good afternoon. Goedemiddag.
Is it behaving? Well, I have to hold it like this. Can I get this up a bit higher? It went off again. But what about I've touched the screen. Yeah. Oh, to stop broadcasting. Oh yeah, because that's the stop.
I was quite interested to hear the little reference to the 1978 World Cup. I didn't remember the match between Scotland and Holland, but I do remember another connection between the two countries from that World Cup, because one of the Scottish players, I think it was Jimmy Johnson, I'm not 100% sure, one of the Scottish players was sent home early because he had a little bit of puff in his pocket. And he said to him, "What are you doing with that?" He said, "It's for my hay fever. One of the Dutch guys gave it to me."
Who was it? Who was it? Willie.
Willie Johnson.
Who was that?
Willie Johnson.
Oh, sorry. Willie Johnson, sorry.
Jimmy hated flying.
What?
Jimmy hated flying.
Aha. I can hear the guitar here. What about you guys?
Yeah.
Good? As usual, there's no political songs from me. There's no political speech. This is a little bit of light entertainment in the meantime. Start off with a Bob Dylan song. Down south to the land of the pines, some my way in North Carolina. Staring down the road and I pray to God that I hear headlights. Made it down the coast in 79 hours. I'm a picking me a bouquet of dogwood flowers, and I'm hoping for a rally to see my baby tonight. So rock me, mama, like a wagon wheel. Rock me, mama, any way you feel. I said, hey, mama, rock me. Rock me, mama, like the wind and the rain. Rock me, mama, like a southbound train. I said, hey, hey, mama, rock me. Running from the cold up in New England, I was born to play the fiddle in an old-time string band. My baby plays the guitar, I pick the banjo now. These now country winters are getting me down. I lost my money playing poker, so I had to quit town, but I ain't coming back to living that old life no more. So rock me, mama, like a wagon wheel. Rock me, mama, any way you feel. I said, hey, hey, mama, rock me. Rock me, mama, like the wind and the rain. Rock me, mama, like a southbound train. I said, hey, mama, rock me. Walking to the south out of Roanoke, I caught a trucker out of Philly, had a nice long tow, but he's heading west at the Union Gap, Johnson City, Tennessee, and I gotta get a move on before the sun. I hear my baby calling my name, and I know that she's the only one, but if I die in Riley, at least I will die free. So rock me, mama, like a wagon wheel. Rock me, mama, any way you feel. I said, hey, mama, rock me. Rock me, mama, like the wind and the rain. Rock me, mama, like a southbound train. I said, hey, 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 mama, rock me. I said, hey, mama, rock me. I said, hey. What are you gonna do? Thank you. When I heard we had somebody from Flanders here, I changed my set slightly because I know one Flemish song, well, one Belgian song, I'm not sure if they're from Flanders, but Vaya con Dios is a Belgian band. Vaya con Dios means go with God, not in Flemish, in Spanish. No, not that one. Not that one. just a friend. He's just a friend. He's just a friend of mine.
Woo!
Thank you. The last one is from Tom Waits. Pipeline, they tango to the southern. They unpack all the napkins and beneath them by the door. So let me fall out the window with confetti in my hair. Right, George. Need a jacket, a feather, and a blanket by the stairs. I tell you all my secrets for the life of my past. Send me out to bed forever. Just me probably play my future like a Jason's well happy too. Like get me to New Orleans and paint shadows on the mountain.
Sorry guys.
Kick the drum and let me down to touch my clarinet and leave the bed till I get back in town and let me fall out the window with that in my head. Need a jack's a batter and a blanket by the stairs. I tell you all the secrets for the life of my past. Send me out to bed forever. Just me shot, she's dressed in calico and the color of a dog. Wave my flag on Cadillac, Piano skittle on the wall, flip me a switch. Hold your breath till the sun go down, write my name on the hill. Send me out to another town and let me fall out the window with confetti in my head. Deal a jack's a better on a blanket by the stairs. I tell you all my secret for the life of my past. Send me out to bed forever. With confetti in my head, deal a jack's a banner and a blanket by the stairs. I tell you all my secrets for the life of my past. So send me out to bed forevermore. Send me out to bed forevermore. Send me out to bed forevermore. Thank you very much. Hope to see you all back here next year.
Woo!
Thank you, Fred.
You're next. Go up to the stuff.
The next person I'm going to introduce is, he's going to do some poetry for us, Mr. Thomas MacArthur.
Cheers guys, it's been brilliant to come here and represent Scotland, the guys who couldn't make it here. You're walking in our shoes, so we are here to get the support from the Hague, from Raymond and everyone else who can't be here. Your soul, we are carrying your soul with us for freedom. So I'm going to say this little poem and I'll see if I can put some music on it. Can you hear that? Scotland, the brave, loves the Hague. Scotland, the Hague calls you back into Europe. We want you to win a referendum. Set your sight on a plebiscite. From warriors of old, now new Indy troops are not sold for English gold. We pass the baton of authority to our youth who will win this feud European independence is good. 80% of the younger generation support the Scottish nation. They don't want to be living in austerity for eternity. The Yes movement has to tell the SNP to go to hell. A Section 30, it will never arise in front of your eyes. So get a move on, develop a backbone, have a spine, so Scotland can shine. Humza was insane, not to even bargain with our stain, handing it over. The people had no choice to complain. It took 700 years to bring our stain of destiny home. We are a sovereign nation. We won't bow down to King Charles's invasion. Slaps us with a Union Jack. They don't hold back. The 62 wanted to remain in the EU. We have no say. Being dragged out, it's not a democracy. Even we cry, they totally only lie. They offered us more devolution, if that was the solution. The fake vow from no authority with zero prosperity. Only a clown would follow Gordon Brown. There is a glimmer of light. A servo has the foresight, with legal minds, to weed out like clandestine documents that's been hidden away by the Westminster hierarchy. We have the internet, so let's learn from our regrets. The BBC, STV propaganda machine will go to the extreme to fill your head with drivel, make you feel little. We know this UK won't last. The Tory cronyism lives in the past. Cronyism, it lives in the past. So us Scots need to think of freedom. The Netherlands, Germany, and the world support. We thank you. It won't be long until we are strong and stable around the European table. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Thomas. Next speaker that I want to introduce is a representative of the Dutch chapter of the Catalan National Assembly. And I'm sorry if I butcher your name, I really do. Ignacy Ripoll-Meckel.
Place your phone and
thank you.
Fingers in there, one behind, and just hold it there.
Ava Gubrat, Visca Catalonia Liura. Dear friends, we appreciate your invitation to this rally, in which we can gather with fellow nations that aim at becoming masters of their own fate, like us. It is a great feeling to be able to meet face to face after these years of virtual rallies. A lot has happened in the world and in our country since we last gathered. Some of the things. Let me tell you some examples. The US citizens kicked out Trump barely. It's amazing what happens when you tell people to count their own voting ballots instead of relying on a reality TV show host. Trump followers responded violently, assaulting the Congress to defend democracy. There are so many worrying conclusions deriving from all that chaos that when we hear the Spanish president talking about the consolidated democracy in Spain, it becomes clear that this phrase does not even reach the level of wishful thinking, when at the same time he justifies the illegal hacking of the communications of Catalan leaders. An illegal hacking program, Pegasus, that is supposed to be reserved for surveillance of terrorists, has been regularly used with the approval of the Spanish government and the Jutes to spy the communications of many Catalan activists and leaders, journalists, lawyers, family of politicians, in clear violation of the unholy constitution. It looks like the power of the people, when united, provokes more terror than the exorcist. And Spain is so proud of it that they had to cover all the evidence when Europe, the European Union, sent a team to investigate the Pegasus inquiry. They blocked access to the point that the main conclusion of Jeroen Lenners, the leader of the team, is that Spain's cooperation has been insufficient and that it's hypocrisy to refuse an investigation while requiring transparency from other European countries. Other things happen in Europe. In UK, Elizabeth II passed away and has been replaced by her son Charles III. We'll have to wait and see if he can continue the tradition of wearing elaborate hats. That would likely be a good idea, as it would distract English folk from other minor issues, what the rest of the world call underage issues. There appears to be consensus amongst reporters that his reign will not be as long as his mother. They count well, I guess. Sounds like they are expecting to avoid another Netflix series. Other things happened in the world. Putin has invaded Ukraine. As a consequence, millions of Ukrainians have suffered the effects of war, hunger, cold and murder. Repression in Russia against dissidents has intensified, and the threat of nuclear war, something that disappeared when the Berlin Wall fell, has returned. On the positive side, since the French have defined nuclear as green energy, a nuclear war could be the first ecological friendly war in millennia. You could see in front of the UK embassy or consulate today the Ukrainian flag. They send weapons, money, political support for the independence of Ukraine. For the independence of Scotland, they don't even send you a permission to vote. The same that happens in Spain. They send whatever for the independence of Ukraine, which is not a bad idea. But why not to let us vote instead of sending us the police against our people when try to put a paper? On the other hand, another thing that you know very well is the sabotage of the Nord Stream pipelines that disappeared from the front pages of newspapers, and the BBC, faster than the oil reserves in the North Sea, vanish when polls show increased support for Scottish independence. It is a funny comparison with the detailed coverage of the alleged poisoning of Navalny, which includes a mockumentary that deserved an Oscar this year. Strangely, it did not win in the Best Special Effects category. The Supreme Court of England ruled that the English government is the only one that can authorize a legal referendum in Scotland. Some Europeans were surprised to hear Scottish folks criticizing the BBC as manipulative and unreliable. since there was a general feeling that the BBC was the most honest media in Europe. Later on, one realized that both statements may be true at the same time. When extreme right-wing parties are having a resurgence in Europe, it is concerning that media is controlled by a few individuals. It is especially worrying for citizens of nations that have lost their sovereignty and are trying to reclaim their rights. Both Scotland and Catalonia are facing parallel situations. When the central or colonial government denied the possibility of a referendum for self-determination. When the main parties supporting independence are becoming more an end and not a way, more divisive and less unifying. Leadership is being prosecuted under a very public scrutiny, while similar cases from other parties are investigated in a more discreet way or not at all. A conclusion to the above is that we, the people, need to take the stand and use our strength to make any progress. If we want progress to happen, if we expect leadership to steer the boat to our destination, we might find ourselves back to the departure, older, wiser, poorer, and with the driver holding a box labeled "Tips Welcome," but still a colony handing our wealth and receiving debt in exchange. We hope that the Scottish are aware that their destiny cannot be decided by judges in London, but only by themselves, by yourself. No man can tether time or tide, said once who you know. No, not Voldemort. Not Voldemort, Sir Robert Barnes. We the people need to become tides. Aba Gubrath, Visca Catalunya Lliure. Thank you.
Thank you, Ignacy. And now, the music of Valentine, Richardson, and Reed.
Ja, goedemiddag allemaal. Afternoon. Really nice to be here. We're Brexit refugees. We moved over here 3 years ago. Just waiting for Scotland to get independence so that we can get all our rights back as EU citizens and Scottish citizens. So we're going to keep it nice and short because time is ticking on. So we'll start with a song by the late Hamish Henderson. He wrote this in, I think, 1960, and it was mainly an anti-war song, but it's also become a bit of an anthem in the sort of the folky end of the independence supporting movements. So it's called Freedom Come All Ye. The wind and the clear days dawning, lost the clouds, Easter gaudy or the bay. But there's not a rough wind blowing through the great glen or the world the day. It's a thought that would guard our autumns, for they rose like Angelus fresh and gay. Tag the road and seek their loanings, we their ill-placed spot and pay. Nay, mair will their bonny gallants march to war when the braggarts cruisely crawl, nor will wains frae petite and clachan mourn the ships sailing in the broomy law. Broken families and lands we've herried, will curse Scotland the brave, nay mair. Black and white, yin till other myriad, max the vile barracks o' their maesters bear. So come all ye, at aim we freedom, never Rhys Crawford do, in your house, oh, the burns o' Adam, will find breed barley being painted room. When MacLean meets with his friends in Springburn, all the roses and geens will turn to bloom, and the black lad frae Nianga dings a fell bells of the burgers doom. So come all ye at hame wi' freedom, never heed when the hoodies Crawford doom. In your house are the bairns o' Adam, will find breed barley being painted room. When MacLean meets with his friends in Springburn, all the roses and geens will turn to doom, and a black lad frae Nianga dings the fell gallows or the burgers doom. Thanks very much, thanks very much. And we're going to do one more. We invite Naomi onto the stage, and we're just going to do some jigs. Here we go. Well done, the dancers. Woo. See you all later.
Thank you for that, guys.
It's quite sugary.
The final speaker of this event, Mr. Pat Lee.
I'll take her in a wee bit.
Thank you, folks. Raymond, thanks very much. Netherlands for independence. It is a small turnout, but it's a sign that we have friends across in mainland Europe. You've heard a lot about Salvo and Liberation.Scot, and many people are asking, what is the plan? And this comes from Ian Lawson and Yours for Scotland. So I'm going to just tell you exactly what we hope to achieve. What is the plan? Scotland's liberation movement aims and objectives of Salvo and the Scottish National Congress of the Liberation Scotland. The aim of Liberation Scotland is to restore the political sovereignty of the people of Scotland, remove the state's administrative control of the assets owned by the Scottish people, and obtain for our nation the restitution owed by the British state for its fraudulent appropriation of Scotland's national resources over many, many decades. The Scottish National Congress Steering Group for and on behalf of Liberation Scotland asserts that those rights under the universally accepted principles of international justice, the agreed and constitutional provisions and limits of the International Treaty of Union, according to the principles of treaty law, and the UN Charter, the responsibility of states for internationally wrongful acts and other relevant laws. We affirm that neither the UK Parliament or any domestic court, including the UK Supreme Court, is empowered to legitimise the wrongful actions of the British state by any domestic statute or ruling whatsoever. The characterisation of an act of state as intentionally wrongful is governed by international law. The responsibilities of states and internationally wrongful acts, United Nations 2001. Recognising that A, the campaign to establish the rights of the Scottish people and the lawful limits of Westminster control in Scotland must be conducted internationally, and B, a national liberation movement is entitled to register for standing with the United Nations. Liberation Scotland has established a vehicle of the Scottish liberation movement, and registration can be assisted by achieving the same membership as claimed by Scotland's largest political party, and by the creation of a representative civic assembly, the Scottish National Congress. The education and campaigning arm of Liberation Scotland, Salvo, is committed to the restoration of the sovereign rights of the people of Scotland and the territorial nation of Scotland under international law, through raising public awareness in Scotland and internationally of the true position of Scotland as a de facto colony within the United Kingdom. We intend to restore public awareness of the historical and constitutional records pertaining to Scottish political and social identity, challenging the British establishment's colonial narrative, which erases and misrepresents Scottish historical, political and social identity. We will be challenging the British establishment legal and political narrative, which has hidden, ignored or erased and misrepresented both the constitutional limits and provisions of the Treaty of Union and the territorial and political rights and benefits to which the people of Scotland remain entitled. Advancing Liberation Scotland's campaign to bring Scotland's true conditions to the international attention and establishing our rights under international law. In furtherance of these aims, Salvo is undertaking a liberation drive based on the Edinburgh Proclamation. And folks, membership is free. The aim is to achieve a membership level which demonstrates clear public support for Liberation Scotland and confirms the Scottish National Congress as a deserving and standing recognition within the United Nations. Having gained standing with the Scottish National Congress, will seek a UN intermediary and through that intermediary, an advisory ruling from the International Court of Justice. The question to be addressed is whether Scotland is A, in a voluntary political union, one governed by legal agreement, the 1707 International Treaty of Union, whose conditions and limits must be respected, or B, a colony, i.e. an involuntary union, since it is now administered through English Domestic Act of Union 1706, under conditions subject to the UK Parliament, dominated almost 10-1 by English partner in the Union. We will show that a United Kingdom exists in name only, and that the pre-Union English Constitution, English political settlement and English Crown institution are imposed in Scotland as if it were merely an annexed territory of England. In bringing Scotland's cause to the attention of the international community, we shall do what the Scottish Government, as a legislative arm of the Westminster Government in Scotland, cannot do. We shall engage in diplomatic and legal international campaign so as to establish a proper and internationally recognised remedy for the flagrant abuse and breaches of an international treaty-based agreement and the violation of international law. We will fight to end the oppression and exploitation of a sovereign people and restore our lawful rights, to end the theft of our natural resources. The Scottish National Congress strategy recognised the following. Although an advisory ruling by the ICJ is not normally binding, it becomes so when the matter relates directly to existing UN policy under international law. The right of a nation and a people to decolonisation is such a policy. If the UK Government agrees to honour its treaty obligations, Scotland will immediately assume control of its territorial resources through a public body independent of the UK Government and its subsidiaries. Our devolved government will be empowered to implement the practical and political mechanisms of autonomous Scottish but not 18th century European popular sovereignty. This can be realised through modern, direct democracy, which will empower the people of Scotland, who are entitled to choose the form of government best suited to their needs. That is the Claim of Right 1689, as reaffirmed by Scotland's Claim of Right in 1989. to hold a referendum on any issue, including independence, at any time. If the UK government refuses to honour these treaty obligations, we believe that the ICJ must conclude that Scotland is, in effect, a colony. Such a ruling will become binding and should result in Scotland's immediate listing for decolonisation. Now, Ian goes on to say, his comments, the above spells out clearly the purpose and direction of Salvo, Liberation and the Scottish National Congress. These three organisations are running in tandem in the same direction. Salvo will be the campaigning arm of the movement, and we are calling on everyone to sign up to liberation.scot, while also joining salvo.scot. If you wish to take part on the campaigning side, regional hubs are being set up now across the country, and I believe we have 14 hubs already set up or in the process. And on joining Salvo, you will be given details of your local hub to join up with your local teams. We have big plans on a summer recruitment campaign. Will be underway shortly. Your country needs you. Welcome aboard. Wake up, world. Scotland is on the move.
Thank you, Pat. And to close off this event, the music of Amanda Brown.
I've been out the game for a wee while, so I have. That sounded dodgy. Oh no, see, I've done it already. I was never on the game. That's so mean. Okay, am I switched on? Can you hear me? Just all trying to kill me, eh? Turn this down, yeah? Just play. I just don't get frightened, yeah? Okay. Right, I'm going to start with a wee funny one for you. I feel like I should harmonise with that or something. Land of the purple heather, land of the dusty weather, land where the midges gather, Scotland the brave, land that is full of fannies, Andy, Murray and Saturday sannies, land where we sail our grannies. We'd never do that. Scotland the stinkers, rock boss monks and beat very much. Oh, nice. Hello. Sabiviche. Hey. Okay, I'm gonna actually just forgot what I was doing there completely. I'm gonna do one that I like singing because it makes me all happy. What's wrong with that? Am I too close to the mic? I'll just sing really loud. Okay. Come on, the old lassie, where have you been? Say that oh wait, sorry, I've started on the wrong chord. Okay, let's scrap that one. I just didn't tell. Okay, I'll do a different one. Here we go. Right, this one was done earlier. I'm really sorry, but you did it so good. I'm a bit worried now. Ye Jacobites by name, lend an ear, lend an ear. Jacobites by name, lend an ear. Ye Jacobites by name, your faults I will proclaim, your doctrines one blame. You will going to do this one, but I'm going to have to shorten some of it and stuff. I don't know if you can see changes that have come over me in these last few days. I've been afraid that it might slip away. So I've been telling the stories and singing the songs that made me think about where I came from and what's the reasons why I seem so far away today. I knew you'd ask at some stage. I look forward to talking about it one day. Here's the story of a hopeful guess, because you're part of the reason that I voted yes. When I was your age, we had some discontent winters, like in the fairy tale, there was a witch of Westminster. Power and contrast of a comic book villain. She passed away now, but we didn't say good riddance. Because by the time she passed, she was a feeble old lady, forgot what she was doing when she was going places. Always treat people how you'd like to be treated, because the hurt and the anger she left was deep-seated. At school they stopped my free milk. Could be said in a wider context, they stopped my free will. You can always separate feelings from cold facts. On the school bus I read graffiti saying no poll tax. Now in 1979 people voted to control their own reality. It didn't happen on a technicality. 97 they said it wouldn't work, but they suppose letting us try couldn't hurt. Now in 2014 they asked the question, do you want to be independent? I remember thinking if you didn't answer yes, we could be 18 before we'd ask us again. Let me tell you that I love you, and I think about you all the time. Caledonia, you're calling me, and I'm going home. And if I might become a stranger, know that it would make me more than sad. Caledonia's been everything I've ever had. This isn't about the colour of your skin, or where you were born, or who you call kin. It's about pure and simple geography, and caring for everyone responsibly. It's about people facing poverty with immunity, and building and supporting our communities. Too many people want off this path we're following. It's time to change how we do politics. Responsibility and independence, leading by examples with the messages we're sending, character traits you want for your own kids one day. So why wouldn't you want them for your country? And the older you get, the less you see things in black and white. And I'm just trying to do what I think is right. And simply voting yes, the problem isn't solved. But you can't change a world taking no risk at all. Spin doctors spinning stories to control this talk, like Rumpelstiltskin spinning gold from straw. Weaving webs like Charlotte's spider webs, and the trolls of the bridge became Cybermen. In a world recession, food banks and destitution, world war turmoil and very little resolution, violence and terrorism, press wizards cast their best illusions. I was part of a peaceful revolution. Let me tell you that I love you, and I think about you all the time. Caledonia, you're calling me. Oh shit, Caledonia, you're calling me. start again. And if I may become, there we go, a stranger, know that it would make me more than sad. Caledonia's been the best friend I ever had. Some said we had our heads controlled by our hearts. You make the decision by both and large. As for those who said our hearts were controlled by our heads, told the story of the goose that laid the golden egg. Meaning sticking as we were was the safest bet. And to me that was succumbing to playground threats. To me that wasn't making sense. Because there's a possibility for real change instead. Say your home's where your heart is. From Urwilly Shed to Doctor Who's TARDIS. It's also true that your heart's where your home is, and it won't be that long till you're grown with your own kids. Of course we had reservations, who didn't? Despite the white paper Scotland's future isn't written, it's wrong that the politicians should be the shepherd of the rule. Because that way is they want you for your flesh or for your rule. The biggest triumph of the 21st century state is to convince us having a dream is a cliche. 1% of the world has 90% of the wealth, and the system says suspect on focus helping yourself. I hope you're hearing these thoughts in amazement, and inequity is consigned to the history pages. Don't I see another lost generation, rioted, frustrated and cross with their parents. Let me tell you that I love you, and I think about you all the time. Caledonia, you're calling me, and I'm going home. And if I may become a stranger, know that it would make me more sad. Sorry, I'm getting emotional. Caledonia's been everything I've ever had. Caledonia's been everything I've ever had.
Fantastic!
Very much. I'm gonna probably close it up there, but if anyone's kicking about Ned and the guitar later, I'll give it a bash.
This can't be the last song. Is this the last song? Hey, did I pay for this? This is impossible. I spent all the money. Okay, mate, thank you.
You're welcome. That was fantastic music.
Brilliant.
I don't know what my camera was.
Right, folks, I'll be fine. We had a problem earlier on today. We lost power, and we missed Leah Gunn Barrett's address to the rally.
I told Sarah, she's very upset too. Anyway, nothing we can do about it.
Do you want to do it?
I don't know, I don't see the point actually.
You don't?
It's not going to be the same.
Okay. Well, I can only apologise, and I'm apologising publicly. If the power had been here, we'd have had plenty of power.
Who are you talking to?
It's live stream. So we'll just end it here, folks. I hope you've enjoyed.
Mine was one of the best speeches, to be honest with you. But anyway,
yeah,
I'm just really pissed.
No, I understand.